Hello, Internet. I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Tea and Rose's Book Club. I've not been horribly behind all day. Ugh, how is it 8 o'clock already? It's so hot. Everything is melting. I live in the part of Ontario that is being affected by wildfires right now. So there's a lot of smoke the last few days. It sucks. Everything is. Ugh. It's already way too hot, and then we have all this smog. It just makes everything melty and sticky. I'm trying to put my makeup on and my lipstick's melted. So, last week we didn't have much. We were a little short on time, but we got through a fair amount of book. Hello, puppy, who would like some attention. Yes, he doesn't mind that it's a million degrees because he thinks that's how it should be all the time. He quite likes it when it's a million degrees. Last night, I swear to God, it was 32 degrees in my bedroom. I can't sleep, it's so hot. And he's still curled up and delightfully happy under a multi-layered pile of winter blanket. Like the thick, fleecy kind. And he's curled up under about 7 layers of that, and he's just the happiest dog in the world. Aren't you? Aren't you? Yes. So, hi, Sarah. That's okay. Oh, Bo, yes, I know you want attention. I know. Think I never paid him any attention at all. The second he thinks I'm paying attention to anything else, he's like, but what about me? It's like, I just petted you for an hour and you're made of like superheated dog right now and I can't cuddle you when it's a million degrees. Ugh. So we had lawyer guy knows that sister girl was watching him have sex. I still don't know why we're supposed to like him and hope that they end up together because he is an asshole. He is just a chauvinistic, sexist, misogynistic pig. So I'm not sure why we're supposed to like him. Now, I know there's a whole backstory and they have a kid together that he doesn't know is his kid, and I'm sure that'll be a whole big thing. She's engaged to somebody else now. It's feeling more and more like this is like we've gotten the most info on the sister, even though one of the brothers is supposed to be first. There's also the mystery brother we don't know anything about. Max has been mentioned a few times, but we haven't met them. We haven't spent any time with them. I'm wondering, like, did Max die when they were kids or something, or did he like turn 18 and move to Australia? Like, because we keep hearing there's a fourth Baldwin child, and we don't know anything about them. But we also have like the mom exists in the house that they're all in, and we don't know anything about her either, other than she apparently loves the Xanax, and the father had her declared incompetent. He showed up out of nowhere again. Nobody has confronted him over what he's allegedly done. We have one family member saying they're in financial ruin because of what he's done, and then another one saying, "No, we can cover that easy. Everything's fine." It does sound like he's still alive because it's like they talk about him like they've spoken to him recently. It's weird. The big derby party is over. It went off without a hitch. So there's that. We have the brother that was tortured in South America, slept with the object of his affection, but didn't know it until later. We have no idea why she's interested in him because I had been assuming they were a thing before he got injured and then broke up because of it, but apparently no, they were never an item. I guess they both just had the hots for each other but never did anything about it. And he's in the now it's too late phase, and apparently she still wants him, though we don't know why. Like, we don't know why any of these people. Then we have the folksy, down-to-earth farm girl that literally just showed up and demanded a job, and he went okay. Not sure what the deal is with her yet. We've got their pseudo-mother/nanny who is dying. We've got the accountant who possibly was murdered. We don't know. Keeps going back and forth on that. No, nobody is overly concerned that someone died like the day before this party, though. It's very weird. But while my makeup melts off my face before I've even got it on, let's take a minute to listen to our national anthem. And then I'll see if I can coax the puppy. No, I was ignoring him, so he's gone to the couch to pout. He'll come back. But for now, this.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Alrighty. Let's set up. There we go. Close that. Hello, everyone. Oh, hello, Deacon. Good to see you. Hello, Butters, Persephone, Izzy, and Ozzy. Bo! Bo! Let's see if he'll come. He's upset I didn't pick him up when he wanted to be picked up, so now he's pouting. Because, Flappy. They have fragile little egos. Bo, come here. Come here. Oh, there he comes. Hello, come here. No, up. Come on. Up. Come on, you can do it. All right, I'm going to introduce the ducks, then I want you up. Come on, mister. Come on, up. There we go. Here he comes. There we go. There's a puppy. Yes, Mommy loves you. Yes, of course I love you, you little fur ball. You just have to wait your turn sometimes. See, the problem is with anything four-legged and furry, wait is a four-letter word. Isn't it? Isn't it? Yes. How dare you be told to wait for attention when you should just be the center of attention all the time? Yes, and everyone should stop and pet you and cuddle you. And he keeps hearing the construction guys in the hallway, and he barks at them in a mix of, don't come too close, but come close enough for me to sniff you. Yes, because you can't decide if you want to play with them or not. Because you're just a silly puppy. Ugh, who's roughly 250 degrees. Why are you so warm? How do you do that? Why are you so warm, huh? He loves this heat. Absolutely loves it. Don't you? Though I was getting some weird looks from him the last few days because we've got wildfire smoke here. So the sky was turning very weird colors, and at least the first 2 days there was a smell. There's not a smell now, which is good because it was annoying, but he was definitely like sniffing and then looking at me like, what is going on? Right? Yes, what is going on? That's not supposed to happen. The sky's not supposed to be that color. No. But it wasn't enough to interfere with his puppy business. Yes. Okay, I have to put you down. I don't want to. Hi, Deacon. It's still going. Did you see the video of the, I believe it was a GO train being driven through the fire? There were like, I think it was 3 trains got surrounded and they wound up having to drive through. There's a formal government inquiry going on about that now. Because how the fuck did we let that happen? I mean, we get wildfires every year. You'd think we'd know how to deal with them. Of course, my makeup is just smudging all over the place. So if I look like, the Rocky Horror Picture Show tonight, that'll be okay. Yeah, no, the video, it looks like, honestly, the video looks like something that somebody would make to, like, fake it. It looks like something somebody would do for, like, a hoax, but it's real. Like, it's completely insane. It's like, I need a videographic representation of hell, and then they made it. It's if you asked AI to like put a train in hell, that's what it looks like. It's really effed up. Oh no, I think I read it was a CN train, which is what the fuck does CN stand for? I don't know. They've been around forever. They're Canada's version of like oh, what is it I always see in the States? Not Amtrak, because that's like a passenger train. I don't know, but the video's gone like internationally viral. I saw U.S. and European news covering it, so it's out there. Okay, puppy, I know you're sleepy, but my arm is getting tired. I have to hold up a book, so I'm gonna have to put you down. Okay, you can help me introduce the ducks. Yeah, CN goes the whole country, and it goes into the States. It's the trains that take all the oil and lumber and everything we ship to the States. And yes, you're adorable, and I love you so much. See, now I don't want to put him down. I want to cuddle him forever. But I have to read a book, okay? Okay. We've got 3 books to get through and then another one. And then I may have a surprise, because AI is good for some things. It's not good for, now I'm covered in fur. I just put on a clean dress, now I'm covered in fur. As I may have mentioned a couple times, there is I knew it was a Harlequin romance book. It is. It's one of their signature subset. There is a romance novel that I've been looking for since I was like 13. And I had the title wrong. All these years, I had the title wrong. I thought I knew the title, and I didn't. But I remembered a lot of details, but I could never find this book. And I had looked and looked and looked over the years. Like every few years, I'd try and Google it, and I could never find it. So a couple weeks ago, I had the brilliant idea of typing the details that I did remember into AI and saying, find this book. And it did. It found the exact book. Now, getting a copy of it is proving a little more difficult because it's been out of print since the early 2000s, but I'm working on it. I don't know when that is going to come to fruition, but that is being vaguely worked on because I want to read this book again. It's stuck with me for over 20 years. There's got to be a reason why. Like, I don't remember it being particularly good, but there's got to be something about it. So that will be after the new E.L. James book, if I can get a hold of a copy. That's the hard part, because currently the only copy I could find online is on eBay, and it's like $50, and I'm not paying that for a like 25-year-old old Harlequin romance book. It's super short too, so it wouldn't take long to read it. But I want to see why it's stuck in my head so much. It was the first like kind of steamy book I ever read. Okay, that's better. But before I forget again, let's introduce our ducks. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with 2 B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glacial, Cicero, Phoebe, Halliwell, John Glenn, Lil Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Doe, Oceansgate 7, Dinglehopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack, Jacquard, Lulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadside Manor, Autolycus, Deja, Insidious, Cleopatra, Extra Crispy, Ralph, Wisp, Dougie, Katy Perry, Calvin, Abraham, Nicola Dewey, Gretzky, Cosmopolitan, I remembered, Schwartz, Misty, Hermione, and Padme. I remembered them all. Hi, Cecil! And hello to your dragons. If you would like to help a girl out, which I extra mean tonight because I have a special project, we have more ducks. We have random ducks for $10 each. I will draw a random duck. We still have some good ones in here. There's a Frankenstein duck, among other things. So there's the random ducks. We also have our painted ducks, which are sitting here. We have Christmas Story, Rooster, Mark Zuckerberg, Polly. Why is my brain failing me on Pokemon? I'm blaming the heat. Porygon. Thank you, brain. Evil Knievel, Julia Roberts, and Yoshi. Please specify which painted duck if you would like a painted duck. Or for $25 if you want to make me extra uncomfortable tonight, we have very real handcuffs. There's a key in here and a key on a string within reach at all times because we practice safety here and because these are real handcuffs. They do not have the safety release button. That's why we have a key on a string. Because we practice safety here very, 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 very much. Or if you're feeling extra generous for $50, we have our Skittles drink mix. And I do have, well, it was cold when I poured it, water. It's no longer cold. I poured this like 10 minutes ago, and it's like already room temperature. It was straight cold when I poured it. But we have our Skittles drink mix, which now that we've actually tried them all is on random unless you request a specific flavor, but these are pretty darn good. And our current special project for all book club funds is going to making my bedroom more conducive to sleeping in because I've been having crazy ass insomnia for months. And I need to get that resolved because I need to be getting, back into having a life and a job and all those things. So things needed to be acquired are a new bed frame, which I've found a very cheap one that I'm liking the look of. It has storage room underneath, which is good. And light bulbs with a remote that dim because I can't dim the lights in my room, but I can't sleep in total darkness. So now they have LED light bulbs that have a remote that you can dim them. And that is good because the light fixture in my room doesn't have a dim switch. But the light bulbs do, so that could work. And they've gotten really cheap. Because I remember looking at like LED bulbs when they first came out and they were really expensive back then. So I kind of just ignored them, but they've gotten pretty cheap now. The only problem with them is going to be that they also have the ability to turn like every color and do rainbow patterns. I'm going to have to resist the urge to put it on rainbow and then just stare at it for like 8 hours in a very autistic way that I do sometimes. I can't be around rainbow shifty stuff or I will just sit there and like stare. And I will not hear a word you're saying or anything else for hours if there's a rainbow shifty thing. Sethdale, remember that box you posted in my Discord? You don't want to know how long I spent staring at that because this rainbow thing and it's moving and then staring. I used to get my mom used to have to shake me when I was a kid because I'd get staring at something and she'd physically have to like stand in front of me to get me to focus. I'd be annoyed because I'm like, I'm staring at the thing. There's no explaining why the staring at the thing is a good thing. You look crazy, but I've never had a lava lamp. That's probably why. Yeah, I do know how those. I used to know how those work. I know my mom was afraid of them because she had one in like the 70s and it like exploded, and so she had like irrational fear of them. But yeah, bed frame, dimmable light bulbs, and one of those sitting up in bed pillows so I can be in bed but read, and so I'll be able to fall asleep quicker instead of sitting at my desk where I have endless new videos on YouTube to keep me awake because I'll see something and then go, oh, I'm just going to watch this for 5 minutes and then an hour goes by. So that is the plan. And slowly but surely we shall make it happen. Though I don't know how I'm going to explain to Bo that I'm getting rid of the bed that he's always known and getting a new one. He's going to have some difficulty with that. Because, he likes his bed. Mineral oil and wax. The wax sits at the bottom cold, heats up, and floats, cools back off, and sinks back down. The cycle continues in a mesmerizing show. Yes, it's very mesmerizing. That's cool. Kind of explains why them exploding would be a very bad thing, though, because that sounds dangerous as hell. I don't know. My mom had like irrational fear of a few things, gas stoves being one. She would not live in a house with a gas stove ever. Ever, 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 ever. It was like the biggest deal. All right. We've got, how much more of this do we have? I think we have about 100 odd pages. Yeah. Yeah, we're only about 100 pages from the end of this. We have the other two, which I have not even looked at yet. There's a metal coil in the bottom of the glass and that. Oh yeah, that'll make things go boom. I'm sure they're better now than they were in the 70s, like, because I know you can still buy them. But I'm sure it's like a new and improved, like, retro version or something like that. That, has things built into it so it doesn't explode. All right. Chapter 38. Back in Charlemont, Edward was not paying any attention to how his remaining horse did in the Derby. I would think he'd be paying. How could you not pay attention to that? You're there. He wasn't even at the track. Okay, he's not there. No, he was trying on a new role. Stalker. Oh, great. And now is he stalking the woman that he unintentionally slept with? Modern ones are designed with a pressure relief on them. That's a good idea. Yeah. It's really not the mineral oil or the wax that's dangerous. It's the fact they're sealed like a glass soda bottle. Yes. They have a crimp top, and if you heat them too much, they explode. Yeah. I've seen soda explode in the freezer. My cousin put a can of root beer in the freezer once to cool it and forgot about it. And then it exploded and then it froze, and my grandma was really, really mad. I also know that you used to like boil sterilized baby bottles and they can explode. The glass ones. Sitting behind the wheel of a red and black stables truck, he glanced through the passenger window at the enormous brick mansion he was parked in front of. So he's stalking her to her house. This is great. Built in the early 1900s, the Great Georgian Pile was even larger than Easterly, which had been the point. The Suttons had been the interloping upstarts for almost a century at that point. Excuse me. But as that family fortune finally overtook the Bradfords, they had constructed the house as a trophy to their triumph. Because, of course, there has to be some, like, centuries-old rivalry, of course. No. With some 20 or 30 bedrooms and a village of staff quarters under its massive roof, the maze was nearly a city unto itself. On the second best rise in town with the second best view of the river and the second best garden. Wow. The only thing I know that doesn't freeze is vodka. Yes, true. No, if you refill an empty vodka bottle with water because your water's going to be off and then your friend sees it and thinks she's helping by putting it in the freezer for you, it'll explode and you'll have a perfectly vodka bottle shaped chunk of ice with a lot of broken glass when you open the door. Because a friend of mine did that and it took me about 4 days to clean it all up. Every time I thought I've had all the glass, there was suddenly more glass. I've had so much coffee today. But yes, they had Easterly beat on size. We still don't know what the deal was, because thank you, Sarah, for the reminder. But yeah, the dad borrowed 10 million off this woman. We don't know what for or why or what the terms are. Like, for my 2 cents, I think the dad just gave her gave her something for the 10 million, and he's planning to just like flee and leave other people to clean up the mess. Just take the money and run. But we'll see if we find out what the deal was. Just as the Sutton Distillery Corporation was bigger by thirds than the BBC, Edward shook his head and glanced at the crappy watch he'd taken to wearing. If Sutton stayed true to her usual schedule, it would not be long now. Okay, dude, you've been a stalker for a while if you know her schedule. At least nobody in a uniform with a barking German shepherd at his side was harassing him to leave. Sutton Smythe's family estate had security that was every bit as tight as Easterly's, but he had 2 things going for him. One was the logo on his vehicle. The R&B trademark was like a royal warrant, and even if he'd been a serial killer parked in the downtown lobby of the courthouse, there was every possibility that the police would leave him alone with that thing in place. The second gimme he had in his favor was the Derby. Undoubtedly, everyone was still talking about the race, settling up bets and reliving the glory. Soon, she would be home soon. After Lane had gotten him back to the farm, he had taken some of his meds and had a drink, so he's driving drunk and on drugs. This is great. Then he had reread the mortgage papers and lasted about 10 more minutes before he'd picked up Sutton's evening purse and limped out to one of his trucks. Here's a question. How is he able to drive if he can like barely walk? Like this feels like something the author didn't think about, that like you've made it so this guy can barely walk. He couldn't get up off the floor himself, yet he can drive safely and reliably. Because I don't think that's how that works. Mo and Shelby and the rest of the stable hands were down at the track with the trainers and the horses. As he'd driven off, he thought it was a shame to waste the peace and quiet at his farm, but this was something he needed to handle in person. Rain began to fall, first as a few drops, then as a drizzle. He checked his watch again. 13 minutes. He was betting she would be home in 13 minutes, whereas most of the 200,000 people at Steeple Hill Downs were going to enjoy a long trek back to wherever they had left their cars, followed by a further gridlock as they attempted to get on the highway. Folks like the Bradfords and the Suttons had police escorts that got them in and out of the back ways fast. I wonder if that's actually a thing. The author's mind palace. All of this makes sense. I'm sure it does. Just as we have no idea about like what the details of so much of it is. Ow, why does the side of my nose hurt? Ugh. Adaptive driving. Yeah, if a vehicle like has equipment or something, or it's set up. Oh. Ugh. Coffee will kick in soon, I swear. Henny was right. Some 12 minutes and a number of seconds later, one of the Sutton family's black I'm assuming this is a car brand I don't know. Mulsannes? Mulsannes. I'm assuming this is some kind of car. Uh, maybe it's some kind of limo? Pulled up in front of the house, the driver popping out from behind the wheel and triggering an umbrella as he went to the rear door. A second security man did the same on the other side. Sutton's father emerged first and needed the arm of his chauffeur to get to the house. Sutton, on the other hand, uncoiled slowly from the vehicle, her eyes trained on his truck. After speaking with the driver, she took the umbrella from the man and walked over, heedless that she was ruining her high-heeled shoes. It's a Bentley? Okay, we do have, I did make a new, note sheet. Let me do a recap. So far, for a number of times someone drinks bourbon, we're at 10. For a Tux Warren 1. Brand names are way ahead of the race at 63. Fancy Cars 25. We'll add another tick to that. Three Peats 5. Hyphen Strings 14. How Bourbon is Made 7. Someone is racist once. And mentions of, I forgot which sport it was, so I just wrote sports 12. All right, there we go. Like, why is it in these books rich people always have a million different cars? You can't just have like one car that they like and drive all the time. There's always got to be like a different car in every single scene. Edward put the window down as she approached, and he tried to ignore the scent of her perfume as she came up to him. Get in, he said without sparing her a glance. Well, that's presumptuous. Edward, as if I'm going to discuss what you signed with my father in your own house, or even your own front yard. Oh, so he's there to kidnap her. That's great. She let out a very unladylike curse and then marched around the front of the truck. With a grunt, he tried to reach over as a gentleman should and open her door for her, but she got there first. And besides, his body wouldn't let him stretch that far. As she settled into the truck, she froze as she saw her purse. Putting the truck in gear, he muttered, I figured you'd want your driver's license back. I have to be at the ball in 45 minutes, she said as he started down her hill. You hate going to those things. I have a date. To you. Congratulations. A quick fantasy of kidnapping her and keeping her from going at all played out in a very Lifetime movie sort of way. You do not get to name drop Lifetime movies in something that I'm pretty sure is becoming a Lifetime movie. I meant to look that up. Damn it. I meant to look and see how that's going because they bought the rights and there's an IMDb page, but it doesn't seem like they're doing anything. It could be a lot. Like we know the Mister by E.L. James. Somebody, well, actually, the rights to that are about to change hands again, but they've owned the rights for like what, like almost 6 years now. And I guess there's a script somewhere, or at least there's a screenplay, if not a script. And they're still like going on about that. I don't know. It'll get made eventually, probably. Unless Paramount, who like just acquired it, decides like, hey, we sunk 30 million into this. Let's just have it as a tax write-off and abandon the project. But nah, Hollywood ran out of ideas 15 years ago. Somebody will make it. It'll happen. Though I doubt they're going to spring for the money it would cost to actually film in London, because no. That would just be crazy expensive. Like, the only reason the 28 Days Later movies pulled that off is because they didn't know what they were doing. Lifetime movies, you don't have to remember them. They're all the same. They're all the same and they were all written by children. They are the lowest common denominator of movies. They are the most predictable bullshit things in the world. I hate that actors I used to like turn up in them, like Chris Potter or Porter, I forget, from the Kung Fu remake in the early 90s. He's done like 100 of them, which I'm sure it's good money and like more power to him. But like, dude, you were in a really popular show. Now you're the, hot guy in every Lifetime movie ever. Ugh. Said fantasy culminating in her going Stockholm syndrome and falling in love with her captor. Why do I think he's gonna wind up like kidnapping her at some point? Who is he? None of your business. Edward took a left and just kept driving. So you're lying. Check the society pages tomorrow morning, she countered in a bored tone. You can read all about it. The fact that there are society pages is such a weird thing. I don't get the Charmant Courier Journal anymore. Look, Edward, what the hell are you doing? Mortgaging my goddamn house? Oh, did we find out that the dad put the house up on the 10 million? I think he did, which is weird. Even though he wasn't looking at her, he could feel her icy stare nailing him in the face. Number one, your father approached me, and number two, if you take that tone with me again, I'll foreclose just on the principal. Yeah, that's not how that works. We're not even sure this is like a legit loan because the paperwork seemed kind of sussy. Edward shot a glare in her direction. How could you do that? Are you really that greedy? Okay, again, try confronting the person who actually did this, because she didn't do this. The interest rate is more than fair, and would you have preferred he go to a bank where it would be recorded for the public? I'm going to keep everything private, assuming the payments are made. He jabbed a finger at the documents on the seat between them. I want you to make that go away. Do you have her $10 million to give back to her? You are not a party to this, Edward, and apparently her father needs the money or he wouldn't have come to me. That is my mother's house. You know, if I were you, I'd be thanking me. I'm not sure what's going on under that roof of yours, but 10 million should be nothing for the likes of the grand and glorious Bradford family. Yeah, like imagine the like gossip she could put around right now. Like if she was really an evil person. Edward took a hard left and pulled into one of the public parks that dotted the Ohio River. Crossing the empty parking lot, he stopped when he got to the boat launch and put them in park. By now the storm was really heating up, and the bursts of light from the sky fueled the anger inside him. Wrenching around in the seat, he swallowed a groan at the pain. He doesn't need the money, Sutton. Well, then why did he borrow it? It was a lie, of course, however. The last thing the family needed was talk. As much as he was frustrated with Sutton, he knew he could trust her. But there had to be other people involved on her side. Lawyers, bankers. At least she could refute their conversation if it came up. Then why did he sign that document? She demanded. Why did your father go out of his way to divert me from a business meeting and put this on the table? As she confronted him, he had a quick mental image from the night before of her straddling his hips, riding him, being gentle with his broken body. Then he remembered his father reaching for her in the office. Could this get any messier? He wondered as hatred for William Baldwin surged, who, by the way, is still around somewhere. Nobody's confronting him about the mess that he has made and gotten them all into. Nobody has said a word to him, which is still the weirdest thing ever. Edward focused on her lips and thought about his brother's wife. Has he ever kissed you? Excuse me? My father, has he ever kissed you? Sutton shook her head in disbelief. Let's stick to fighting about the mortgage on Easterly, shall we? Answer the goddamn question. None of your business? She threw up her hands. You saw me in his office with him. What do you think? So he had, Edward thought on a surge of fury. Look, Sutton said. I don't know what's going on with your family or why he wanted to do this. All I know is it's a good deal for me, and I thought it would help you out. Stupid me, I thought the fact that I would keep this discreet might actually benefit you. After a moment, he muttered, Well, you're wrong, and that's why I want you to rip that up. Your father has a copy too, she pointed out dryly. Why don't you go talk to him? Yeah, can somebody please do that? We're 336 pages in. Can somebody please confront the person who actually did all this about what they're doing and what's going on? He made that deal with you because he hates me. He did it because he knows damn well that the last person on earth I would ever want my family to be indebted to is you. At least that wasn't a lie, he thought as she gasped. God knew he already felt like half a man around her anyway. This is so dumb. When you investigate a crime, you confront or question the main suspect last. You do have a point there. And they should know what's going on because they don't even know all the details yet. They know there's a lot of shady financial stuff going on, but they don't know the details. Both Edward and Lane have said they don't understand it. They need basically they need their dead accountant back to explain it to them. They couldn't get all the information from the bank because it's not in their name. So I'm guessing the end of the book is going to be the big confrontation with the father, and he's gonna drop a bombshell on them or something, or I don't know. That or the person, the cook / mom character will die, even though we've only seen her twice. They set her up to be so important, and we've had two very short scenes with her. As Edward's words sank in, Sutton jerked in her seat and couldn't catch the reaction in time to try and hide it. Pride made her want to hit back at him, but angry words log-jammed in her head, and all she ended up doing was staring out at the choppy, muddy river. The windshield wipers were on, and periodically they made a swipe made a swipe that gave her a momentary clear view of the opposite shore. And it was funny. Life was a bit like that, wasn't it? You went along doing your thing, not really seeing the full landscape of where you were for all the daily minutiae you had to take care of, when suddenly things crystallized and you got a brief picture that left you going, so I am here. Sutton cleared her throat, but it didn't really do much because as she spoke, her words were hoarse. I don't think I'll ever understand why you think so little of me. It's really it's a mystery to me. Yeah, he's supposed to like her, yet apparently he hates her. It's weird. That shut him up. Oh, wait, I skipped a line. Edward said something, but she talked right over him. You must know that I fell in love with you a long time ago. That shut him up. Okay, what the hell? So they both were in love with each other. They never did anything about it, and now they're both in the oh, it's too late category. What the actual? These people make no sense. You must know it. How could you not? I've been following you around for years. Is that why you hate me? She glanced over at him, but couldn't see much of his eyes because of that baseball cap. Probably a good thing. You look down on me for that. I always figured you'd strung me along because you assumed my feelings could be useful to you at some point. But is it sicker than that? That's not sick enough for you? I know I despise myself for the weakness. She nodded at the papers. I mean, that document there is a perfect example of how pathetic I am. I wouldn't have done a deal like that, under the table, for anyone else. But I suppose that's my problem, not yours, isn't it? She went back to staring out of the windshield ahead of her. I know you don't like to talk about what happened to you in South America, but I didn't sleep for the entire time they had you. And for months afterwards, I had nightmares. And then you came back to Charlemont and you wouldn't see me. I told myself it was because you weren't seeing anyone, but that isn't true, is it? Sutton. No, she said sharply. I'm not going to let you all I'm not going to let you all out of that mortgage. That would just be another part of this stupidity I have going on with you. You have it all wrong, Sutton. Do I? I'm not so sure. So how about we end this right now? You can fuck off, Edward. Now take me home before I call the police. She expected him to argue with her. After a moment, though, he put the truck in reverse and turned them around. As he headed back out to the road, She measured his grim profile. You better pray that your father of yours makes those payments in a timely fashion. If he doesn't, I will not hesitate to put your family out on the street. And if you think that's not going to get people in this town talking, you're out of your goddamn mind. Yeah. I live in a place where society papers exist. All these people do is talk. That was the last thing either of them said on their return trip to her house. When he pulled in front of the mansion, she made sure to get her purse and take it with her this time, and the truck barely rolled to a stop before she leaped out. She was pretty sure he said her name one last time as she took off, but maybe not. Who cared? As she ran through the rain to her front door, the butler opened things up for her. Mistress, he exclaimed, are you all right? She hadn't bothered with the umbrella, and a quick glance at the antique mirror by the door showed she looked as worn out and worn down as she felt. Actually, I'm not feeling well. No lie there. Will you please let Brandon Milner know that I've taken ill and am going to bed? I was supposed to go to the ball with him this evening. He bowed. Shall I call Dr. Qualby? Qalbi. Why we gotta put weird names and things? Like, seriously. I've never heard that last name in my life. You had to look that up somewhere. Why did we need an extremely weird last name? No, I'm just exhausted. I'll get you a tray and some tea. That sounds perfect. That sounded perfectly nauseating. How lovely, thank you. As the man strode off for the kitchen wing, she went over to the elevator's paneled doors. Fortunately, the car was on the first floor and she was able to take it up right away. They have an elevator in their house? The last thing she needed was to run into her father or her brother. Heading out, she took off her shoes and padded down the long hallway, slipping into her bedroom and closing the door behind herself. Shutting her eyes, she kept hearing Edward's voice over and over again in her head. He knows damn well that the last person on earth I would ever want my family to be indebted to is you. Unbelievable. And it was funny. Even with all the money she had, all the position and the authority, the respect and the adulation, she was still capable of being reduced to a devastated child. All it took was being in an enclosed space with Edward Baldwin for 10 minutes. No more, she vowed. This unhealthy obsession she had going on with that man needed to stop right now. In the back of her mind, she had sometimes wondered if he might be fighting an obsession with her of his own, their centuries-old family competition keeping him from making a move. But that had clearly been an unfair projection on her part. Some kind of romantic fantasy born out of her own feelings. The only nice things he said to her was when he thought she was a prostitute that he had bought and paid for. Reality had now been clearly established, however. He had just put up a billboard in her proverbial town square, set her straight with no room for misinterpretation. She might be pathetic, but she was not stupid. End of chapter. Yeah, everybody's stupid here. Because he didn't actually say anything about the two of them. Like, so apparently they were mutually obsessed with each other for years. But something family rivalry because they're business rivals. They couldn't, like, be a couple, which has stopped nobody ever. And so if she is the one that he's supposed to end up with, then what's what's the farm girl at his ranch? What is she around for? Are we gonna find out she's a corporate spy or something? Okay. Hair really. Because she kind of just showed up and has been there and not really sure why. God, my hair is such a mess. Ugh. Everything is melting. Right, Puppy, where is he? Oh, I think he went back to the couch. He had his cuddles. Yeah, it's very, like, I can understand if it ends up being a Lifetime movie, it's perfect for them because, yeah. like, it's so ridiculous and so contrived, and nobody, like, it's all bullshit. Everybody's in love with everybody, but we never said anything. And like all these people are supposed to be in their 30s too. Like if they were teenagers, this is a lot easier to swallow. But these are grown ass adults with professional lives and like, you know, who have actually lived and weren't born yesterday. You know, these are people who have been in real relationships, supposedly. But we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. I'm starting to think we're not going to get like any matchups in this book. Like everything's going to draw out through all three and then like wrap up at the end. But we'll see. We still got enough to read. Chapter 39. Punched in the head. As Lizzie slumped to the side of the crushed cabin of her Yaris. Oh yeah, she got a tree fell on her. That's right. She got in an accident. As Lizzie slumped to the side in the crushed cabin of her Yaris, she felt like she'd been punched in the head. A combination of Wolverine, The Rock, and maybe Arnold from back in the day. And as a result, nothing was processing well. Not her having run back into the back of Lane's car, not the fact there was water in her face, not the loud noise. Lizzie. The sound of her name cleared away some of the cobwebs away, and she looked around, trying to figure out why God suddenly sounded a lot like Lane. Lane, she said, blinking hard. Why was he coming through her windshield? Was this a dream? Hurt anywhere, he was saying. I need to know before I move you. Hey, finally somebody who knows you don't move people after a major car accident with a tree falling on the car. But also they're in the middle of nowhere, and, you know, getting an ambulance out there's probably going to take quite a while. I'm thinking the oldest isn't a bio Baldwin. Yeah, I had that thought too. The girl is half Baldwin sibling. Oh, the farm girl. You could be right. Yeah, that would make sense. I do agree with you that I think the oldest is not the father's, and that's why the resentment and the bullshit, because that's the most obvious answer. Yeah, I agree with you there. But farm girl being like a love child of some kind, yeah, that's possible, because we know the dad doesn't keep it in his pants. I mean, he's having an affair with the accountant for like 30 years. And, you know, obviously puts a move on anything in a skirt. So I'm sure there were plenty of other women. Coffee time. You know, or if we really, the age just doesn't maybe work out. I was going to say maybe she's Edwards. Like he knocked someone up when he was like 16 or something. And that's why she's like not interested. I'm sorry about your car. Lizzie, y'all gotta tell me if you're hurt. Yeah, dude, she doesn't know. A tree just fell on her head. Boy, when he got anxious, that southern accent came back thick, didn't it? Then she frowned. Hurt? Why would she be? And that was when she saw all the greenery. In her car. Okay, this had to be a bad dream. And she might as well go along with it. Testing her arms and legs, taking a deep breath, moving her head, everything checked out. I'm all right, she mumbled. What happened? You have no idea if you're all right after that. You should not be moving. I'm going to pull you forward. Help me if you can, Kay? This is a terrible idea. Sure, I'll... Wow. Ow. But she was determined to participate in the effort, even as things got stretched out of place and threatened to pop from their sockets. She shoved her feet against anything she came in contact with, pushing as Lane pulled, twisting to keep going forward. This is a really bad idea. If it's not a Christmas Lifetime movie, kind of disappointed. Oh, I think like isn't like 2/3 of the movies that Lifetime makes Christmas movies? Like I know I've seen them putting Christmas movies out in like the summer. I know they have. I think legitimately like 80% of the movies they make are Christmas movies. I'm pretty sure. Like they've made some absolute garbage. I regularly wonder how many writers they actually employ because they put out a new movie like every week. It's really bad. Like they're all trashy and cheap to make, and you know they were filmed in like, a week and a half, which is how they can put them out at like such a huge rate. Or meeting a clandestine royal, mostly friends. Yes, they do that. They do that a lot. Yes, they do that a lot. God, Lifetime movies have been around for so goddamn long. And it's one of those things that, like, if you think about it, it's like, how are they still around? Like, they've made the same movie 497 times. How do they still exist? Why do people still watch them? Yeah. It's always like that. Yeah, it's always someone goes back home to their small town that they were too big for and falls in love with somebody they never noticed before who's suddenly irresistible, and yeah. Yeah, that's all of them. That is literally all of them. But I always figured they must have a list of some odd like 200 writers, because there's no way even like 20 or 30 people could crank out the amount of scripts that they must go through in a year. Like they must have such a lengthy list because like all these writers are giving them what, like maybe 2 movies a year? So like how many do they have when they're putting out new ones every week? I realize they are the paint by numbers of movies, and I'm sure that there is a master script where you can just change the names and fill in the blanks a little differently, and that's all of them. Some of them are based on Harlequin books. Yeah, that's true. And there's roughly 5 billion of those. That's another thing that's been around. I think Harlequin is like still. I think they're still around as a publisher. I think they still put out new books. But there are like 5 million of them. Like any used bookstore you've ever seen in your life has like usually an entire section of Harlequin books. Yeah, I know they've been around a long time. I'm not sure like when exactly they got started, but they've been around forever. And they're another one. They put out like I don't know how many books in a year, but it's crazy. And they use the same authors over and over, just with different names. It's like that's the kind of place you could write like one romance novel and just change the names and sell them the same book like 4 different times, and they'd never notice. Was it Harlequin that like back in, was it the 70s or the 80s? There was that guy, the German guy with the long hair. He looks like the guy currently playing Lestat on TV, which is why I've never watched that show, because he doesn't look anything like Lestat. But Fabio, that was his name. He was like a model or something, and he did the covers of all the romance books, and he got famous for that because he was just like, long-haired blonde beefcake, and that was his whole brand. Yeah, Fabio. Yeah. Like that was like his stage name or something, and so he became like the go-to like cover guy for all the Harlequin books. I don't know what happened to him. I think he tried to like become an actor or something, and it didn't go well. I don't know. I know he got parodied a lot. Like he was the look everyone went for a while. Didn't he like get, wasn't he like on a roller coaster or something? He got hit in the face with a goose. I think I remember people making fun of that like a goose hit him in the face or something? He did the I can't believe it's not butter commercials? Really? I remember the product. I don't remember him doing commercials, but maybe I didn't see those. Or I was too young to care who the hell was in them. Yeah, he got hit by a goose. I swear it was like at Six Flags or something. Like, it was weird. The OJ case? What are you talking about? Was he involved in the OJ case somehow? I don't know. I remember my grandmother watching the OJ case because it was on TV all day, every day for like however long it was on. I remember her watching that, but I got shooed out of the room because, you know, they were talking about like murder and stuff that, you know, I was like maybe 5. So stuff I shouldn't see. He did a Super Bowl commercial? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Kato Kalin, he was in the OJ trial. I know that. I remember him because I saw him on a reality show later on, and I knew who he was. And then they explained he was like the star witness at the OJ trial. But yeah, I wasn't allowed to watch that because it talked about adult things. And I remember hearing my grandmother talking about it on the phone. Rain on her face, in her hair, on her clothes, scratches, wind blinding her, but he got her out. This is not a good thing. But then she was in his arms, up against his chest, feeling him tremble. Oh God, he said hoarsely. Oh, praise God you're alive. Why do people suddenly start getting religious that are not religious? Like, I hate when that happens. Lizzie held on to him, still not understanding why they're sitting up in a tree. How had the car gotten up in here? The lightning bolt streaked out of the sky and landed so close to them, her ears exploded in pain. Yeah, that's dangerous. We have to get inside, Lane barked. Come on. Sometime in the process of tripping and falling to the ground, her brain came back online. And what she saw nearly paralyzed her. Half of the beautiful tree that grew beside her house had crushed her car. She hadn't hit his Porsche after all. The crunching had been her tiny sedan taking the brunt of all that tremendous weight. Yeah, trees will do that. It was the opening inaugural ride of the roller coaster. Oh my God. Does that mean there's video? Sometimes they video shit like that. I know it was like probably in the 80s, but if there's video, I now have to find video of Fabio getting hit in the face with a goose. Because I need to see this, if it exists. But yeah, it was, and I forget where it was, but I remember here, I only know about that because who knows Craig Ferguson? The stand-up comedian, and he had like a night, like a talk show for a while, and he's an actor. I first saw him on, he played the boss on the Drew Carey show. Very funny guy. Huge drug addict, but very funny. But he did a stand-up special where he talked about the Fabio getting hit with the goose thing. Virginia? Fabio was involved in a different case? Like he was actually involved in like a court like trial or something for something? Was he like on trial or was he just like involved? Am I crazy that he like tried to become an actor? Am I thinking of someone else? Because, you know, there was that weird time in the late 80s and early 90s when like all kinds of people suddenly got put into movies for unknown reasons. Like how many wrestlers? Like I always want to know why there's such a huge crossover of wrestlers trying to become movie stars. Like not that a couple of them haven't been successful. The Rock, obviously. And Hulk Hogan was fairly successful. Like, I remember a few movies with him in it when I was a kid that were pretty funny. I mean, they're really fucked up when you think about them as adults, but that's pretty much all the 80s kids movies. They're really fucked up when you think about them. Oh, ain't that just a thing? Why do I keep getting emails from Shein? I don't even use them. Is Fabio actually his real name? Like, genuinely his real name? Because I always thought it was like a stage name. He was stabbed to death in LA. Investigators discovered his wife conspired with her lover to murder him. Really? For some reason, I thought he was like still alive. I don't think I knew that he died. But wow. That's wow. That's crazy. I'm also surprised he was married to a woman because he always read as super gay to me. But that might have just been like stereotyping. No, I'm sure, especially back then, he could have had any woman on the planet practically. You know, he was literally the guy on the romance cover, so I'm willing to bet he didn't have a problem getting women. Quite probably a lot of women. Where was I? Lane, my car. That was all she got out before he took her into his arms and ran for the house. As he jumped onto the porch, she pushed herself from his hold and refused to go any further, lifting her hand to her mouth at the sight of her car. Blood. There was blood all over her, so I'm guessing she's bleeding from her head. A sudden lightheadedness washed over her, making her sway as she looked down at herself. Lane, am I hurt? Inside, he demanded, moving her bodily to the door. As he shoved her into the house and put his whole weight against the panels to reshut them, her heart began to pound as she got a good look at her savior. He was a bloody, wet mess, too. But what did it matter? The two of them embraced in such a rush that their dripping clothes slapped together, their bodies reconnecting, sharing warmth, holding on hard. Are they going to do it while they're both bleeding? Because that would be novel. There is video of him getting hit by the goose. Oh my god, now I have to watch this later. But Jesus. And thank you for the picture of the car. That is actually, okay, not an ugly car. That's actually a fairly nice looking car. Okay, Bentley, you know what you're doing when it comes to car design. $370K, you can go to hell for that. Because it doesn't look like it's worth that. Definitely not. But at least it's not ugly. It's a pretty nice looking car. I like the grille. I like the grille and I like the headlights. And that's something I found, even though I don't know anything about cars, I find I'm very picky about the headlights and the grille. If they look like ugly or ridiculous, I don't like the car. But that's an actual nice looking car. It's not worth that much money, but it's a nice car. But thank you so much for the clip. I am so going to watch that later on tonight. They're hand built. Well, that explains the price tag. Yeah, that's why they're so bloody expensive. A friend of mine had a friend that got in a workman's comp kind of accident, and he was left partially paralyzed. And one of the things he did with the settlement that he got was buy an Aston Martin, because they're all custom made, and because of his disability, he needed the car had to be built a certain way for him to be able to drive it, like with the pedals and the controls and stuff. And so he got an Aston Martin because they're all custom made anyway. So it didn't actually cost more to have it customized to the specifications that he needed. and he used it to pick up women because that's apparently why he bought it. It was a car that he could customize so he could drive it without having to pay extra. And when you're at a bar and trying to pick up a woman and say, "Hey, you want to ride home in my Aston Martin?" and this is taking place in England where James Bond drives Aston Martin, apparently that works a lot. So hey, way to take an accident and make something good out of it by buying the James Bond car and using it to pick up women. Are they still trying to cast a new James Bond? Have they actually done that yet? They've been talking about it for like 10 fucking years since the last Daniel Craig one. He's been gone forever. There's been endless speculation as to who the next James Bond is going to be. And I heard they're like finally getting started on a new movie, but like they haven't announced the cast or anything yet. You have storms coming and it's yellow outside. That's not good. We're having thunderstorms here, not exactly over my head, but pretty close. And I can't tell what color the sky is because it's been like reddy, orangey, greeny, yellowy color the last 3 days. It's very weird when you're trying to fall asleep and it's dark outside, but it's brighter than it should be, and the sky is slightly green at like 3 in the morning. It's very weird. But I think the wind is changing direction and the smoke is not hitting us as hard now. But I know it's blowing into the States and people are bitching about it. And I'm like, hey, I remember like 2 years ago when half the US was on fire and the smoke was up here and like blocking the view of the CN Tower. We didn't like blame you for that, but apparently it's Canada's fault that the smoke is drifting into the States. It's like, remember every year when California catches on fire? We get all the smoke from that. You also send a ton of like water bombers and stuff down to help you. The rest of California is on fire. Usually part of BC is too, because it's all like one huge forest. We didn't say that. He said that. Yeah, after releasing after making an absurd statement accusing China of rigging the 2020 election and releasing papers that show that if foreign countries were interfering, which some of them were, they were actually doing it to try and help the current president, not work against him. So that doesn't really work. But hey, the reflecting pool is empty again. And this time they're really going to get it right, really. They might hire a company that actually knows what it's doing. You know, the company being incompetent is one thing. The other thing is like a project like that just is just a logistical nightmare because it's massive. It involves water and trying to get things done on a deadline, and it's a big job. But they definitely rushed it for all the July 4th stuff, which didn't help. Though I really want to know, are they really going to go through with the people they've arrested for supposedly tampering with it when the blue paint stuff was peeling off and people were touching it? They've arrested like 70 odd people, charging them with like vandalizing the reflecting pool. None of them actually did that. It's like, you need to just drop all that. Like, drop the charges already. Like, nobody did it intentionally. It was just bad installation, and, you know, then a ton of peroxide being poured into it didn't help. But, like, you can't just file charges against people for being there. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, it's just the second those cases hit a judge, they're gonna be gone. Yellow sky isn't that bad. When the sky turns light blue, that's when you should worry. That's hail. Yeah, I'm with you there. I do not care for hail. We've had it a few times this year. We get summer hail quite a bit, more than any other time. It hasn't been too bad this year. I actually wish it would rain more because it might knock this heat down. Let's see. What does my phone currently say it is? I'm curious. It is currently. It's updating. It's 31. It feels like 38. Yeah, no wonder I'm melting. It is just weird. It's like something about the sky being weird colors just like mentally affects you. It's like seeing a glitch in the matrix, like something is wrong with the entire world because the sky is not the color that it is supposed to be. Excuse me. It's one of those very, very odd. Don't want rain. That's what we've been dealing with. Yeah, the rain cools it down for a few hours, but then the humidity skyrockets. That's true. And that's what's killing me right now is the humidity and the sweating and yeah. That's why I couldn't sleep. Yeah, it's much better when it's a dry heat. But I'm hoping it's not as terribly warm tomorrow because I have things to do and I don't want to melt. I really should do laundry. I've been putting off laundry for weeks because. Oh, actually, the laundry room's usually nice and cool. Maybe I should do laundry tomorrow and just sit down there and like read something while I wait for it. So I usually don't stay down, but there's nowhere to sit in my laundry room, which sucks. I've always wondered why that is. There's no chairs, there's no benches, there's nothing. So it's like they're trying to get mirrors in space. There's a lot of mirrors in space. That's how telescopes see things. Uh, not enough coffee. I thought I'd lost you, he said into her ear. Oh Christ, I thought I'd. You saved me. You saved me. No, he didn't. Like, what the hell? This is some Lifetime shit. They were both talking a mile a minute, tripping over words buzzing from the near mist, and then he was kissing her. She was kissing him back. This is not the time for this! Except she stopped all that, pulling away. I think you're the one who's bleeding. Just scratches. Oh God, look at your arms, your hands. Do you get cut up reaching through the glass? To direct the sun in place? Wait, are they trying to do like space lasers or some shit? There's a few on the moon. That's how they get accurate distance measurements. Yes. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I mean, I know it works in Batman, in the one with Poison Ivy and Mr. Freeze. That's kind of what they did to thaw Gotham City. But that is based on some cartoons. You know, it only works in cartoon world, not the real world. You can't really, make sunbeams and control them with satellites and mirrors. Doesn't really work. He was totally torn up, his exposed skin streaked with cuts from his having fought through the branches to get to her, and there were further contusions on his face and his neck. I don't care, he said. You're all I'm worried about. Do you need a doctor? Oh, please, the tree fell on you, remember? And that was when the lights went out. Yeah, I don't think you're getting a doctor out there tonight. GoldenEye had some space laser thingy. I've never seen that one. I have seen the cinema sins of all the Bond movies though, and they are spectacular. If you ever need a really good laugh, watch Cinema Sins roasting all of the old Bond movies, like GoldenEye is one of them. Dog hair. But yeah, they are funny AF. And also, some of the things in those movies got away with, Jesus Christ! Especially the Sean Connery ones! Like, Hollywood did not know consent existed, did it? Because holy hell! Theoretically, using a laser on a ground station and bouncing it off a mirror in orbit is completely possible. We just currently don't have powerful enough lasers to do it. Yes. We have cartoon villains in charge down here when this book makes more sense than real life. Yes. Well, because people who are naturally cartoon villains always want to be in charge of things, so they get into power and then, then it goes badly. The thing is, we just need to stop electing cartoon villains around the world or letting them get into positions of power. Lizzie stilled for a moment and then started to laugh so hard that her eyes burned. It was just too much emotion about too many things for her to hold in. And before she knew it, Lane was laughing. This is not a laughing situation. A tree just fell on her head. But of course, they're both going to be fine and they're going to fuck. The pair of them holding each other and letting out the ridiculous afterburn of everything from the problems with the family to the stress of the brunch to that freak accident with her tree. Shower, she said. Thought you would never ask. Oh, of course. So now we get a shower scene. Of course. Of course, of course. Ordinarily, she would have fussed over wet footprints across her living room and up the planks of the stairs, but not now. The memory of that weight landing on her car was a prioritizer and a half. I swear I thought I hit your car, she said as they came up to the second floor. I thought she did too. It wouldn't have mattered if you had. All the joys of being a Bradford, she thought. You have a backup Porsche, I'm sure. Even if I didn't, it wouldn't have mattered as long as you're okay. Squeezing together, they made it through the jams of her bedroom and into her bath. And then, as she turned on the shower, he went for her clothes, unbuttoning things, releasing zippers, shedding her second skin's worth of wet and cold and clingy. Goosebumps tickled her arms and thighs, but that was more from the heat in his eyes than the chill in the air. And then Lane was taking off his own clothes, leaving them where they landed in a tangled mess with hers. Under the water, she groaned as he nuzzled into her throat, kissing his way up to her mouth. He cursed as they stepped into the warm, gentle spray, and as the blood washed off, she was relieved. Just cuts on him, nothing serious. And that was the last thought she had as his big hands traveled over her slick breasts and his mouth came down hard on hers. And that familiar erotic urgency sprang to life between them. I love you, she thought inside her head. I love you all over again, Lane. Okay, there's a paragraph break. She was just in a very serious accident. She has a head injury. He's bleeding from multiple lacerations. She probably is too. But nobody's paying attention to that because we need to get in the shower and fuck. Like, oh my god. Oh, I jerked the hell out of my neck yesterday trying to get my hair to cooperate, and now I'm paying for it. As long as I don't move, it doesn't hurt, but... Oh my god, Sarah! You found... That's some of our ducks! Oh my god! Oh my god, okay, I'm posting this picture in the main Discord. Everyone go look. Sarah found a Jeep that has some of our ducks in it! I see Steve and Bill! Oh my freaking god! This is proof we live in the Matrix. Okay, it's in the main Discord, but I love the disco duck. I want the disco duck now because that's really cool looking. But that is that is our Steve and our Bill. Oh my god! Out in the wild. That is like the coolest thing I've ever seen. I love that so much. Thank you, Sarah. That is the best thing I've seen in forever. Aw, that's so cute. That is crazy. That's completely crazy. You would think that was what my thesis is on, and I hate doing research for it again. You did your thesis on cartoon villains? I'm sure somebody has. I know at some point, I remember this being real. There was somewhere there was like a college or a university that actually taught a class on, I think, Twilight. For some reason, they taught like a whole class. You could get credit. I think it was Twilight. It was one of the absurd book series. It might have been 50 Shades. Might have been 50 Shades. It was one of them. Yeah, I think it was actually 50 Shades. I think somewhere, some college taught an entire like 4-credit course. I think it was 50 Shades books or Twilight. It was one of the two. It was like a media course of some kind. I forget where, somewhere in the States. I don't remember which state, but someone did. I doubt they still like run it because it was a popular like grab thing. There's a Jeep where you live that has ducks. Yeah, please get a picture set there. That would be so awesome. You're the best. See, this is why I have the best chat. Because we find ducks in real life. Because I've never, maybe it's just not as much of a thing here, but I've never seen ducks on a dashboard. But I don't go out, so there's that. I swear, I've had like 6 cups of coffee today. It's just not working. This class is gonna be fun. I took the physics and you got to take Star Trek for credit? I'm so jealous. I would have rocked that. Yeah, those are fun, and it's a good way to get your students engaged by like bringing in some pop culture. You know, because I know there have been like multiple classes taught on Lord of the Rings, like for history and stuff, which is great. I know the books for that are insane. But yeah, I want to take a course where I get to study some Star Trek. Depends on which one though. The original Star Trek, the physics were they were pretty fucking close. Like there were some things they didn't know back then because it was the 60s and the 70s that they know now that changes things a little bit, but for what they knew at the time, it was pretty freaking accurate when it came to the science stuff. And yet Star Trek predicted the cell phone and the tablet. Of course they did. You know, modern Trek, as it's come to be called, otherwise known as hot fucking garbage that is not actually Star Trek, because it's written by children that don't understand Star Trek, and it's really, really dumb. You know, that has nothing to do with science. That started with Voyager. I'm blaming Voyager for letting down the science, the level of real science that we expect in Star Trek, because it was always a science-centric show. Whatever else it was about science and exploration. That's what it was about. But Voyager was written by idiots. You know, it was written really inconsistently. And at one point, there's an episode where they literally, and I was like 12 when I saw this, and I called them out on bad science because Janeway has like this line where she basically says they have captured a, like, what she says it in like science words, but when you actually understand what she's saying, she was saying that they had like basically captured living sentient light. And the way that she said it, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, but they have this like mystery tube of like glowing, swirling digital crap. And she describes it as basically just being just light with some kind of intelligence. And it's like, yeah, what you just said is literally just nonsense. That should have been a sign right there that the standards were going down. You know, and people blame DS9 for the decline of Star Trek, and I'm like, no. DS9 is top tier Star Trek. Is it darker and a little grittier than the rest? Yes, but did they really break any ground that hadn't been in the other shows before? No. They just did it in a more overarching way. Voyager's the one who let the science down. Of course, they also kept Neelix till the end of the show, and I've never understood that. Because he always annoyed the hell out of me. Also, because I didn't have cable for most of the time it was on, I only saw like select episodes until it came out on DVD many years later. I used to think that he left the show very early. He left around when Kes did, I thought. So I didn't realize that he was actually on the show until like he only leaves like 4 episodes before the end, and I was like, what the actual fuck? He's annoying. Plus, he never really had like too clearly a defined character. He was kind of their jack of all trades. Every time they needed somebody to know about something, he'd be like, oh, I know about that, but then he'd suck at it. And nobody ever called him out on that. And I was kind of like, why is he there? Lizard babies. Oh God, yes, I know exactly what you mean. What is that episode called? Threshold. Threshold, that's it. Yep. The one where Tom Paris achieves warp 10 and they turn into giant salamander things and have babies, and it's never. Hi, Persnickety. Hello, Sasha. You're talking about Star Trek characters that are annoying. I said Neelix. Not only are there ducks on a dashboard, but to display a duck, they must be left on their Jeep by other Jeep owners? Really? Do people actually leave ducks for each other on Jeeps? Because that would be cool. Yeah, they went warp 10. That was the thing. He built an engine that went warp 10, and then he said he was like when he hit warp 10, he like broke the space-time continuum and said that he was existing everywhere all at once. And I was like, well, that's kind of useless then, because he winds up back at Voyager, and it's like, did you do that on purpose, or do you have to return to where you started from? Because what is the point of that then? Unless I can go warp 10 and decide where I want to end up, i.e. back on Earth if I'm Voyager, then what's the point? Because it sounds like you're not actually going anywhere. But then, of course, it all gets forgotten and never brought up again. And to many people, who knows SF Debris, longtime Star Trek reviewer. That is the website, by the way, SF DEBRIS. I've sponsored a few episodes of his back in the day, and he reviews Star Trek episodes, and he's hilarious. But he's also like scientifically minded, and he's worked in television and was involved with the show, so he's great. If you don't know SF Debris, check him out. Check out his own website. It's free. So you can watch all the Star Trek reviews and other things. He does like all kinds of sci-fi and movies and all kinds of things, but he's really smart and funny. And he's done special episodes on the worst Star Trek episode of every series. And for Voyager, it was Threshold that clocked in at the worst episode of the series. For TOS, it's I believe it's Spock's Brain, though Turnabout Intruder was a close contender. I'm trying to remember what was the worst episode of TNG? Oh, it was Code of Honor. Yeah, it was early. It was early days. Yeah, it was Code of Honor, which I'll agree with. And what was DS9? I don't remember what got voted in as the worst episode of DS9. I don't know. DS9's pretty good all around. Data and Riker have their own podcast now. They had Mel and Wash on. Wait a minute. Excuse me? I knew about the Data Riker podcast. I hadn't had time to look into it. It's only been around for a couple months, I think. I need to look into that. But they had Mal and Wash. They had Nathan Fillion and Alan Tudyk, because I need to see this immediately. Dropping names. Yes. Okay. It's called Dropping Names. That's right. I've heard that. I thought I subscribed to that. If I didn't, YouTube, you suck, because I thought I did. Yes, Sir Patrick Stewart is awesome. He is absolutely awesome. Though, I like him as an actor, and he seems like a good person, but he is responsible for a lot of the destruction of Star Trek, because he's the one who had way too much creative control on the next gen movies and turn them into action garbage and things that were not Star Trek. Like, he's the one who really doesn't understand Star Trek, him and Riker. Because it was... Why am I blanking on the actor's name for Riker? I know his name, goddammit. Jonathan Frakes. Because he's the one who, when he was half-assed defending the movies that were failing, he was like, well, I guess Star Trek fans want it to be action now. And it's like, no. Yeah, I know, we've devolved into talking about Star Trek. We're having a weird night. I think the heat is getting to everyone's brain, including mine. Don't worry, we've got plenty of time to get through more of the book. Not a lot is happening. But yeah, no, now I gotta find that episode of their podcast, because I have been meaning to get into it. I just haven't started actually watching it yet. You saw a wild duck, like an actual duck? Like a real living quack quack feathers duck? Because pictures of those are also very much welcome on my Discord. I like ducks. Sometime later, after the power came back on and Lane had made love to his Lizzie twice in the shower. Twice in the shower! Okay. And once more in her bed, after they had gone down and had the last of that frozen lasagna and most of the peach ice cream in her house, after they had returned upstairs and gotten into her bed again, all the problems of the day came back to him. So they had a lot of sex. A Jeep duck. Okay. Yes, please post the link in the Discord. I was out in the heat and forgot my Adderall. Yep. Starting to think I should be on Adderall lately. You know, I felt completely fucking insane for Googling, does being in menopause make autism/ADHD worse? Correct answer, yes, it apparently does. I felt absolutely batshit crazy Googling that. I'm like, I must be going insane. But it was seeming like, because I've been autistic my whole life. I just dealt with it and never got made a deal of because times and blah, blah, blah. But all the things that, like, they bug me, but I can usually deal with it, or all the little habits or the distracting things, but I've been dealing with it my whole life and I know how to manage. All of a sudden, they just, like, hit new levels of, like, interfering with my trying to function, or, like, not being able to, like, push them out of my head when I need to. Neurotypical women experience ADHD symptoms in menopause? That is not fair. Because I've always known I've been autistic, but I've never felt like I was ADHD. That was never me, but now it's very much me. And yeah, all the neurodivergent stuff is way up to where I'm like, things that I have always been an issue or always bug me, or habits I've always, like, they've always been there. They just were manageable. Now they're not manageable. And it's like, this is not fair. And you know what I haven't Googled yet, because I'm not sure I want to know the answer yet, is when menopause is over, because it ends at some point. Does the raised level of neurospiciness and all the annoyance and the lack of manageability, does that go back down to the level that it was at before? Because it should. It should not stay in an elevated, hyper-exaggerated, hyperactive state for the rest of my life, because that's not fair. So I'm really hoping once the menopause ends, which I've been in full-blown menopause for like 6-7 months now. I know it's typically like a 1 to 3 year process, and that's after I was in like perimenopause for about 3 years, which I'm hoping that like cuts down on the length of actual menopause when you do the pre-thing for so long that it makes the actual thing shorter. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm hoping that it is. But once menopause actually ends, things go back to normal, right? Yep. Forgetfulness, inability to focus, emotional dysregulation. Yep. I already had emotional dysregulation. Why do you think I smoke weed? Because it keeps me from being an absolutely blood-sucking, vicious bitch constantly. basically I'm ragingly angry all the fucking time. So unless something is pushing that down a little bit, I just walk around taking people's heads off and being incredibly angry and scary all the time. You know, and even I don't like myself when I'm like that. Mm. We just become more aware. Yeah, that's not good. That doesn't help. Also, I'd like to be eating some frozen lasagna. I haven't had lasagna in so long. I keep meaning to buy one of those frozen ones, and then I can just make it and eat it for a week, and I don't have to turn my stove on when it's 1,000,000 degrees. Like, sandwiches are really good in the summer because you don't have to turn on anything that makes heat to make sandwiches. You just have to deal with a doggy looking at you going, drop it on the floor. Drop the sandwich on the floor. Or at least the meat for the sandwich. He doesn't really care about the bread. He just wants the meat. Because, you know, he's a doggy. He was snapping at a fly the other day trying to catch it because it was buzzing around his nose, which offended him. He doesn't usually care about bugs unless they, like, get in his face, then he cares. But he was very annoyed that he couldn't get it. Unfortunately, Lizzie was asleep and it was dark, so whatever expression he didn't have the energy to hide was a non starter. Because sleeping after a tree falls on your head is such a great idea. Staring at her ceiling, his mind pulled a churn and burn over it all, and the next thing he knew, light was growing at the edge of the horizon. A quick glance at Lizzie's alarm clock, and he was surprised to find that he'd blown the whole night. Sliding out from under the sheets, he got to his feet and went into the bathroom. His clothes were unsalvageable. He picked them up off the floor and put them in her trash. The only thing he saved is boxers. I'm about to say, like, how is he planning to get home? And you're throwing your clothes out because they're wet? I mean, they're probably wet and bloody, so I could see, like, yeah, throwing them out. But you need to go home in something. You don't live here. Mm. You're going to talk to whales? Get Ozzy's full and undivided attention whenever the deli meets. Yep. Oh my god, yes. Bo is like, he knows the sound of like any packaging that contains deli meat. And yeah, you have his full attention. His full and expectant attention, because he fully expects to be given. And then they teach their kids how to take down the big harm boats. Yeah, whales are not to be screwed with. Like, I think the movie Free Willy kind of made people think they're like big puppies. But, like, they're called killer whales. There's a reason for that. Talking to whales, are we back to Star Trek? Yes, that is the best Star Trek movie. It's not the best made, but it's the most watchable. And it's the funniest. And I always laugh at the fact that the mom from Seventh Heaven is in it, because she got Seventh Heaven after doing that movie. You know, or that Leonard Nimoy wanted to, you know, he basically just wanted to be comfy the whole movie, and because he was directing, he's wearing like a bathrobe the whole time. Yes, we had George and Gracie, the two gray humpback whales in the movie. You know, when they were like planning out TNG originally in the, what was it, like mid to late 80s, because of the dolphin and whale craze at the time, an early draft of the show had a section of the ship that was filled with water where they had dolphins and whales that they communicated with telepathically, because the whales helped with navigation because they were used to traveling in 3 dimensions like space. Fortunately, cooler heads prevailed and they didn't go with that, thank God. But the idea was there. There are concept drawings of it that are still out there. aliens, yes! The nuclear vessels! That was one of the best scenes of him and her on the corner. And the lady who answers him, when she's like, oh, I don't know, and looks at him really weird, she was not supposed to speak. She was an unpaid extra, and they liked the ad lib so much they actually paid her scale so they could keep it in. But yeah, just it loses a bit if you don't know that it was the 80s and like the Cold War and nuclear tensions, to have this guy with a huge like Russian accent asking where the nuclear vessels were was like such a timely joke, but it's still funny. Like even without that, it's still funny. Just like some random guy on the street asking you where the nuclear vessels are, you'd be like, I don't know. You'd think they were just whacked. No, I do love that it also shows that, like, in Starfleet Academy, they don't teach anyone how to use a map or what a map is, because they get told it's like Alameda, and they're like, where is Alameda? And I'm like, there's this thing called a map? You could get one and find it? Like, I know this is pre-internet, but there's still ways to figure out where you are. I actually know how to read an actual map. Well, parts of an actual map, probably not all of it, but I have actually used paper map, the kind that once you open it, you can never fold it again. Better than driving home buck-ass naked on the Lord's Day. Oh, why is everybody suddenly religious? Nobody in this book is religious. Back out in the bedroom, he went over to Lizzie. I gotta go. She came awake on a jerk, and he soothed her until she put her head on the pillow again. 'Cause she's a dog? I've got a date with a beautiful woman that I can't miss, he said. Lizzie smiled in a sleepy, fuzzy way that made him want to stare at her forever. Couldn't mean she has a concussion. Tell her I said hello. I will. He kissed her on the mouth. I'm bringing you dinner tonight, by the way. Will it be frozen? No, hotter than hell. That's all one word for some reason. The smile she gave went right through him to his blood, cranking him up even though there was no time to do anything about it. You just had sex like 4 times. I refuse to believe. No way. Isla? Lane stopped himself, knowing she wasn't going to like that goodbye. I'll see you at 5 o'clock tonight. So I guess they're just officially a thing now. I'll be here. He kissed her one more time and then strode for the door. Wait, what about your clothes? She called out. They can't arrest me. The naughty bits are covered up. Her laughter escorted him down her stairs and out of the house. Are you technically naked in public if you're in your own car? I mean, you're not exactly in public if you're in your car, right? And the sight of half the tree that was on top of her car made his heart skip a beat. Yeah, I know, right? Yes, Deacon, I am with you. He's, what is he, like 30? I think we're told he's like 30. But yeah, no, I'm calling bullshit on, yeah. Someone can call the cops, yeah, but I don't think they can arrest him. I'm fairly certain. As he took a deep breath, his first instinct was to take out his phone and call Gary McAdams to remove the limb and get that crushed tin can of hers off to a scrapyard. But he stopped himself. Lizzie was not the kind of woman that would appreciate that sort of maneuvering. She would have her own contacts, her own idea of how to handle this problem, her own plans for the RS. Oh, so he's not going to be Christian Grey and sell her car without her permission or knowledge. Knowing her, she would try to get it back on its feet. Yeah, no, if a tree crushed in your car, it's done. Your insurance is going to tell you it's right off. 'Cause it is. Shaking his head, he walked over to his car. The Porsche had very nearly been destroyed too. The 911 missed by only a couple of feet. I swear it said that she hit his car. After clearing some leaves off the hood, he got in, juiced the engine, and made his way slowly down the lane, steering around fallen branches and the divots in the dirt that were full of water. Okay, we get another mark for car. At least a Porsche is usually a nice car. You can be charged with that even if it's in a car. As soon as he hit the asphalt, he made up for lost time, speeding towards Charlemont, ripping across the river, gunning its way up Easterly's hill. He was halfway to the top when he had to slow down because another car was coming down. It was a Mercedes sedan, black S550. Another car. Mercedes. Every car is a new fancy car. We have not seen the same car like twice in this. It's just so weird. And behind the wheel, in huge dark sunglasses and a black veil like she was in mourning, was his soon-to-be ex-wife. Chantal did not look over at him, even though she knew damn well who she was passing. Fine. With any luck, she was relocating, and they would let lawyers take it from here. God knew he had enough other stuff to worry about. Leaving the Porsche out front, he went through the main entrance and paused when he saw the luggage in the foyer. It wasn't Chantal's. It had matching Louis Vuitton. This was Gucci, and marked with the initials R.I.P. Richard Ignatius Ford. One asshole leaving, he thought, another coming in. So why would the Ford guy be moving into their house? Like, he's engaged to the sister. Like, doesn't he have a house of his own? What? Oh, wait, he knew that answer. What the hell was Jin thinking? Oh, wait, he knew that answer. For a woman with little formal education and no professional skills, his sister had one unassailable talent: taking care of herself. I thought he was going to say being a whore. But what do you mean she has little formal education? She grew up super rich. They didn't shove her through private schools? Like, that's not something rich people usually overlook, even if their kids are going to spend their whole lives being useless and just being married off for money. They usually have a good education. Spooked about money, she had gone along with their father and launched into the wealthiest sap in town, so no matter what happened to the family, her style of living wouldn't be affected. He just hoped that the cost to her didn't prove to be too high. Richard Ford was a nasty SOP. And yet you're not saying anything to her to, like, discourage her, or I'll take care of you, or we'll be okay, or you don't have to marry him. Because this has been going on for, like, all of 48 hours now. Not his circus, not his monkeys. However, as much as it saddened him, he had long ago learned to give Jin her head and just let her go. There was no other strategy to deal with his sister, really. Jogging up the stairs, he went into his room and showered, shaved, and seersuckered. It took him 2 tries to get the bow tie right. Man, he hated the things. You know, they make them on elastic bands. They make ones you don't actually have to tie yourself. He took the stairs back down, cut through the kitchen, and went to Miss Aurora's door. As he had when he'd come to see her earlier, he checked that everything was tucked in, buttoned properly, and as it should be before he knocked. Except then he stilled. For some reason he had an abject fear that she wouldn't answer the door this time. That he would rap his knuckles and wait, and do it again, and wait some more. And then he would have to break down the panels as he had with Rosalinda's office, and he would find another dead. The door opened and Miss Aurora frowned at him. "You're late." Lane jumped out of his skin but recovered fast. "I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry." Miss Aurora gave him a grunt and patted her bright blue church hat. Her outfit was Her outfit was as brilliant as a spring sky, and she had matching gloves, matching shoes, and a perfectly coordinated pocketbook that was the size of a tennis racket. Her lipstick was cherry red, her earrings were the pearl ones he'd given her 3 years ago, and she was wearing the pearl ring he'd gotten her the year before that. He offered her his arm as she shut the door, and she took it. Together they walked out through the front of the house, passing Mr. Harris, who knew better than to say anything about which door they were using. Hey, she's with someone who owns the place. She can go out any door she wants. Also, I hate that stupid shit about servants' entrances. Who gives a flying? It's so dumb. Lane escorted Miss Aurora to the Porsche's passenger seat and settled her in the car. Then he went around, got behind the wheel, and restarted the engine. We're going to be late, she said crisply. I'll get us there on time. Just watch me. I don't abide by no speeding. He found himself looking over at her with a wink. Then close your eyes, Miss Aurora. Yeah, well, there's just been a massive storm. There's like flooding and down tree branches, and you're gonna like. Has anyone ever even checked to like make sure church is still on, that the building is still standing? You know. She batted at his arm and glared at him. You are not too old to spank. I know you want a seat in the front pew. Tulane Baldwin, don't you dare break the law. Yes, ma'am. With a sly grin, he hit the gas, shooting the 911 down the hill, and as he passed a quick glance in her direction, he found that Miss Aurora was smiling to herself. For a moment, all was right in his world. End of chapter. Alright, we're taking a stretch break because I haven't done that yet. Yeah, you are right about that. Probably finishing school, not college. Never really understood, other than for like social shit and manners and etiquette and like how to make the perfect profiterole. What is the actual point of finishing school? Does it have one? Is it just a leftover thing from centuries ago that we haven't gotten rid of yet? I would say the same about beauty pageants, but they're a modern nightmare. We should outlaw beauty pageants. Because they're disgusting. I mean, I enjoy the enjoy the movie Miss Congeniality, the first one. The second one is garbage, but you have to go do adulting stuff. We will miss you. Love Butters for me. Feed him some meat. You haven't posted a picture of Butters in a while. I want to see how chubby he is. I just knocked a duck over, didn't I? Yep. Okay. It's okay. I can reach it. I think. Come here. Okay. Christmas story, duck fell down. Well, Bo must be asleep because he didn't come running at the sound of a duck hitting the floor, and he knows that sound. Because anytime I drop a duck, he's suddenly right there and trying to grab it before I notice. And then when he gets caught, he does the looking away thing of, I wasn't looking at the duck. I wasn't trying to grab a duck. No, I totally wasn't trying to grab the duck, Mommy. You didn't see me here. I'm not even here. I didn't try to grab the duck and eat it. I would never, ever, ever do that because I know I'm not supposed to grab the duck and eat it. Are you still looking at me? You're still looking at me. Don't look at me. I didn't do it. And that's him for like 20 minutes. Little fur baby. And I will remind everyone that if you'd like to help me get my new and improved bedroom project going on, we have ways to do that are by sponsoring a brand new duck to add to our pantheon, putting me in handcuffs for the rest of the evening, because we are exactly at the halfway point, so it would be the rest of the evening. The ducks are $10, the handcuffs are $25, or for $50, I will chug some Skittles drink. That actually would be really nice right now, because it's 1,000,000 degrees. And it's a very summery thing. These strike me as being a very summer thing. You know, the kind of thing you'd bring to like a picnic or, you know, a birthday party or something like that. And they're not actually that bad, so there's that. Ugh. Yep, puppy's still on the couch. I think even he's a little warm today. I mean, not that he doesn't like it, but, you know, it's hard on a puppy. At least he's not a big shaggy mess like some dogs. Those are the dogs I feel bad for when I see them in this heat. The ones that have like super long fur, like people who have huskies in this kind of weather. It's like you don't live in the right place to have a husky. Those dogs were bred for a certain part of the world and we don't live in it. Persnickety, how's Sasha dealing with the heat? She's at least a short furred baby, so she probably doesn't need too much of a haircut. If you had a kiddie pool, would she splash around in it? Or would she just think it's a giant water bowl? And as a kid, me and my cousin had one of those little inflatable kitty splash pools. Her dog used to come by and drink out of it, which for some reason, as like 5-year-olds, we found gross, even though we loved the dog. And she used to fall asleep on top of the dog. Then they had another dog later that, when her little brother was 2, he figured out how to ride the dog like a horse. Of course, the dog quickly figured out that once he climbed on, if she just sat down, he slid off. Because she really didn't appreciate being ridden by a toddler. She was a golden lab. I forget what they called her. It was like Cecile or Celia or something like that. They didn't have it very long. They went through a lot of pets in that house. Like a lot of pets. Ooh. Stop bumping into the ducks. Freaking Nick. It's my fault for tugging my hair too hard. Chapter 40. The Charlemont Baptist Church, why am I not surprised that it's a Baptist church in the South, was located in the West End, and the bright white of its clapboards stood out among the blocks and blocks of lower-income housing units that surrounded the place. Talk about pristine, though. From its carefully tended-to grounds to its freshly surfaced parking lot, from the flower pots by the double front doors to the basketball courts out back, the place was as polished and cared for as something from a 1950s postcard. And at 20 minutes of 9 on a Sunday morning, it was teeming with people. The instant Lane pulled in, the greetings came so fast and so many that he had to slow the car to a crawl. Putting both their windows down, he took hold of hands, called out names, returned challenges for pickup games. Parking in the back, he went around and helped Miss Aurora out, and then led her over to the sidewalk that ran down the side of the church's flank. I hear a puppy. Bo! Bo! I think he's just having a bath. I've been threatening him with a bath because he stinks. Or he doesn't think so. He thinks he smells great. Children were everywhere, dressed in flouncing gowns and little suits, the colors as bright as crayon boxes, their behavior better than a lot of the grown-ups who came to parties at Easterly. Oh yeah, I remember being a kid at church. Had the fluffy white dress with the hat and the gloves and the slippery shoes and everything. And the stockings that made my legs itch so bad I'd rip holes in them before we were out of the house. I don't think I ever wore the same pair of, leotards more than once because they just it was like the one piece of clothing I was hard on. Other than that, I was not hard on clothes as a kid. But leotards, pantyhose, stockings, whatever, nope, never survived the day. Never, ever, ever. I do remember putting holes in them deliberately more than once so that I could take them off. It made my legs itch and nobody knew why or paid any attention, so I had to find a way to get them off. Everyone, but everyone paused and spoke to him and Miss Aurora, checking in, catching up, and in the process he realized how much he had missed this community. Funny, he wasn't a churchgoer, but whenever he was home, he never failed to come here with Miss Aurora. Inside, there were easily 1,000 people. Really? Oh, that's right. You guys have mega churches there, don't you? That's such a weirdly American thing. The rows of pews filled with the faithful, everyone talking, hugging, and laughing. I think the biggest church I've ever been to in my life. Hey, where was it? It was definitely a Catholic church. They tend to be the biggest. It was still only like maybe 200 people. Like there just aren't like super huge churches here. You just don't do that. Ugh. It was too early for the fans to get broken out, but they would come, usually in June. Down in front there was a band with electric guitars, drums, and basses, and next to them were the risers that would hold the gospel choir. And behind all that, the incredible organ pipes. Yes, organs are awesome. They look cool and they sound cool. The kind that could blow the doors and the windows and the very roof wide open. Rose as if connecting the congregation directly to heaven. Yeah, they get really big. Max should be here, Lane thought. That brother of his had sung in the choir for years before he'd gone off to college. Oh, is that where Max is? Is Max the youngest and he's like off at college? But that was a transition that was lost, seemingly forever now. Okay, it still sounds like Max is alive. We just don't know where. 2 rows from the front, there was space for them. A family of 7 squeezing in to make room. Much obliged, Lane said as he shook the father's hand. Hey, aren't you Thomas Blake's brother? Am, yes, the man said. I'm Stan, the older, and you're Miss Aurora's boy. Okay, so everybody knows them. Yes, sir. Since when is that one word? Where have you been? We haven't seen you here for a while. As Miss Aurora cocked a brow at him, Lane cleared his throat. I've been up north. My condolences, Stan said, but at least you're back now. There's my nephews, Miss Aurora pointed across the aisle. Deshaun is playing for the Indiana Colts now, wide receiver, and Quentin beside him is center for the Miami Heat. I know the Miami Heat is basketball. I'm putting 2 marks on sports for that. If I can find my pen. Where's my pen? Ha. But yeah, pretty Miami Heat basketball. I don't know what the Indiana Colts are. I'm going to go with football. Because wide receiver is a football thing, isn't it? I think it's the only sport that has that term. Yeah, it says Indiana Colts. Is that wrong? Lane lifted his hands as the 2 men caught Miss Aurora's eye. I remember when they were playing in college. Quentin was one of the best centers the Eagles have ever had, and I was there when Deshaun helped us win the Sugar Bowl. That I know is football. I know the Sugar Bowl. Anything that's a bowl is football. Because we have the Rose Bowl and the Grey Cup, and It's Indianapolis Colts? So it's just wrong? There is no Indiana Colts. Okay. Again, maybe we're afraid of copyright or something. Though in a book it doesn't matter because we looked this up with the 50 Shades. In a book you can say whatever you want. Like the book that I'm writing, are there some brand names in it? Yep. If it's ever a movie, are they going to have to change that? Yep. Unless, they want to be in it. But in a book you can put whatever you want. You like how many artist names get dropped in the Mr. series because he's like a DJ. So like all these famous like artists get mentioned over and over. And like you can do that in a book. You can't do it in a movie. But yeah, that's the second time where something that is real has been changed. Because like, why is the actual racetrack where the very real Kentucky Derby is held? Why is it not called what it's actually called in this book? Why did they invent a fake name? It's just weird. It's because it's one of those things that like it was a decision that got made at some point. That either the author made that decision or somebody in editing made that decision of we're not going to use the real name or place or team or whatever. We're going to make up a fake one of something that really exists. Like, I'm just not sure why. Because yeah, if it's the Indianapolis Colts, why not put the real thing? Like, what does it matter? They're good boys. All your family is. The organ cranked up and the band started to play, and from the what? Here's a word I've never heard that looks like it's a typo, but let's see. From the narthex, and I'm saying that correctly, Narthex. This has to be like a religious word. The blood-red robed choir strode in, 50 men and women walking together, singing the processional. Behind them, the Reverend Niece followed with his Bible to his chest, the tall, distinguished man meeting the eyes of his flock, greeting them with honest warmth. When he saw Lane, he reached out and shook hands. Glad to have you back, son. When it was time for everyone to settle back in their seats, Lane had the strangest feeling come over him. Disturbed, he reached over and took Miss Aurora's palm. All he could think of was that tree limb falling the night before, the sight of Lizzie slumped in her car, the electric fear he'd felt as he dragged himself over those branches in the storm, screaming her name. As the band struck up his favorite gospel song, he looked at the cross above the altar and just shook his head. Of course it would be this one, he thought. It was as if the church itself was welcoming him home, too. Heading up to his feet with Miss Aurora, he started moving with the crowd back and forth, back and forth. He found himself singing along, I want you to know that God is keeping me. Not one I know. I know a lot of gospel songs, but unless they mixed up the Indiana Pacers, what are they? Are they also basketball? An hour and a half later, the service ended and the Bubba hour started. What? The congregation going to the lower level for punch, cookies, and conversation. Oh, we used to do that too. Let's go down, Lane said. Miss Aurora shook her head. I gotta go back. Work. He frowned. But we always... He stopped himself. There was nothing that needed tending to at Easterly, so the only explanation was one that made him want to call 911. Don't look at me like that, boy, she muttered. This is not a medical emergency, and even if it was, I'm not dying in my church. God wouldn't do that to this congregation. Come on, take my arm again. They were very nonchalant as they went against the crowd, And man, he really would have preferred to throw her into a fireman's hold and defensive lineman his way out of there. And then halfway to the door, he had to stop to talk with Quentin and Deshawn, along with 17 other members of Miss Aurora's family. Ordinarily, he would have loved the conversation. Not today. He didn't want to be rude, but he was very aware of how much Miss Aurora was leaning on his arm. When they finally got out of the church, he said, "You wait here. I'll bring the car around. And no, I'm not arguing about it, so just stop." He almost hoped she would put up a fight, but when she didn't, he fell into a jog, heading for the very far reaches of the parking lot. Narthex is an entrance foyer or anteroom of a church situated between the outer doors and the main body of the building. The nave. Okay, the nave I have heard of. That I have heard of. But yeah, it's a religious word for part of a church. Coming back with the porch, he nearly expected to find her passed out cold. Nope, she was talking with a very regal, slender woman who had a face like Nefertiti, a modest suit that was black, and a set of rimless glasses over her sharp eyes. Oh wow, he thought. Talk about a blast from the past. Lane got out. Tanisha. Lane, how are you? Tanisha Niece was the Reverend's oldest daughter. It's good to see you. We need more characters at this point. They embraced and he nodded. Good to see you too. You a doctor yet? In residency here at U of C. What are you going into? Oncology. She's doing the work of the Lord, Miss Aurora said. How's Max? Tanisha asked. Lane cleared his throat. Damned if I know. Haven't spoken to him since he went out west. You know him, always a wild card. Okay, so we were kind of right. Whoever Max is, whether he's older, younger, whatever, they've gone out west because we couldn't think of a more old-timey way to say that. And doesn't stay in touch with anyone. What a shock. One of my uncles was like that. When he was 19, he moved out to BC and never came back. I've only ever seen him twice in my life. Yes, he was. Awkward moment. Well, I'm going to get Miss Aurora back home, he said. Nice to see you. You too. The two women spoke in hushed voices for a moment, and then Miss Aurora allowed him to escort her down the steps into the car. What was all that about? He asked as he drove them off. Choir practice next week. You're not in the choir. He glanced over when she didn't say anything. Miss Aurora, do you need to tell me something? Yes. Oh, God, what? She took his hand and didn't look at him. I want you to remember what I said to you before. What's that? I got God. She squeezed hard. And I got you. I'm rich beyond means. If one of these characters has a sudden religious conversion, I reserve the right to vomit. He held his hand. She held his hand all the way back to Easterly, and he knew she was trying to get him ready for what was coming. Yeah, she's definitely going to die at the end of the book. Realized, too, that was why he'd insisted on Edward seeing her yesterday when his brother had been at the house. If only there was a way to get a hold of Max. You're saying you literally have no, phone number, email, anything? Seriously. In this day and age, that's really hard to do. I don't want you to go, Lane said roughly. It's too damn much. Miss Aurora stayed silent until they got to the base of Easterly's Hill. Speaking of leaving, she said, I heard that Chantal moved out. Yes, I'm ending all that. Good. Maybe you and Lizzie will finally get on track. She is the one for you. Oh, great. Everybody knows. You know, Miss Aurora, I agree. Now I just have to convince her. You don't seem to be having too much trouble there. I'll help. I'll take it. He glanced over. She said to tell you hello, by the way. Miss Aurora smiled. Was that when you left her this morning?" As Lane sputtered and turned red as that Mercedes he'd bought her, Miss Aurora laughed at him in a kind way. "You're a bad boy, Lane." "There's another brand name." Ugh. "I know, ma'am. That's why you have to stay here and keep me straight. I keep telling you that." Instead of stopping in front, he went around to the back because it was closer to her quarters. Pulling up to the rear door, he hit the brakes, cut the engine, and didn't get out. Looking over at her, he whispered, "I'm serious. I need you to help me here, on Earth, in this house, in my life." God, it was impossible to ignore the fact that 3 days ago she'd been barking at him that she wasn't going anywhere, and now something had changed. Something was different. Before she could say anything, the garage door went up and the chauffeur came out with the Phantom, that $500,000 car, proceeding by them as it headed around the front of the house. Hey, there we go. Another brand name and another fancy car. Yeah, that one I remember is the Rolls Royce one because it's in something else. There was something else that I saw that had a Rolls Royce Phantom as like a central thing. It's a very nice looking car. "He is evil," Lane said, "that father of mine." Miss Aurora lifted her palms. "Amen. Where the hell is he going this morning?" "Not to church. Maybe he's going after Chantal." The instant he spoke the words, he cursed. "What are you talking about?" Lane shook his head and got out. "Come on, let's get you inside." Not the way it went. When he went over and opened her door, she just sat there with her purse in her lap and her gloved hands folded one over the other. "Tell me, Miss Aurora, what did he do to you? This is not about me. If it's about bringing back that horrible wife of yours, you bet your fanny it's about you." Lane fought the urge to bang his head on the Porsche's hood. "It really doesn't matter. I know she got rid of your baby." As those dark eyes stared up at him, he cursed again. "Miss Aurora, don't do this. Leave it. There's so many other things worth worrying about." All she did was cock that eyebrow. Lane sank down on his haunches. God, he loved her face. Every crease and crinkle, every curve and all the straightaways. He loved how she was as ladylike as they came, but as strong as a man. She and Lizzie were so alike. "There are some things that aren't worth knowing, ma'am, and others you shouldn't keep to yourself." For some reason, he found himself dropping his eyes as if he had done something he should be ashamed of. "She's pregnant, Miss Aurora. It's not mine." "Whose is it?" she demanded. The rest of the story was communicated silently, and the funny thing was she didn't seem totally shocked. "Are you sure?" she asked in a low tone. That's what she said, and when I confronted him, it was in his face. Miss Aurora stared straight ahead, her brow furrowed so low he could no longer see her eyes. "God will punish him. I wouldn't hold your breath for that." He rose up and offered her his hand. "It's getting hot out here. Come on." Miss Aurora looked back into his eyes. "I love you." It was her way of apologizing for what she knew they had all been through with their father. Not just this Chantal ugliness, but those decades of what had gone before, back when they were children. "You know," he said, "I never thanked you. For all those years of being there, I never. You held us together, especially me. You were always there for me. You are always there for me. God gave me that sacred job when he crossed my life with y'alls. I love you, Mama," he choked out. "Forever." Yeah, now she's definitely gonna die. This is their goodbye scene. End of chapter. I think the chapters are getting shorter. Ugh. But she's definitely gonna die by the end of it because he just said goodbye to her and they had their big emotional scene and how will I go on without you and thanks for everything. Okay, so it looks like his ex is actually leaving. No, I'm willing to bet we have not seen the last of her. These are the only days of the year where it's so hot I actually wish that I owned ice cube trays. I never put ice in anything, so I don't have ice cube trays. But given that I think ice cubes would only last about 2 seconds in a drink, that would be kind of nice. Excuse me. Alright, let's see if we can get to the actual page count that I had in mind. Chapter 41. The sound of the chainsaw in Lizzie's hands was so loud she didn't hear the car approach. It wasn't until she let up on the gas and the thing's engine fell into a mutter that a very sexy male voice announced she was no longer alone. "You're the hottest woman I have ever seen." Twisting around and looking down, she found Lane leaning back against his Porsche, arms crossed, feet planted, expression intense. From a vantage point on the mangled roof of her Yaris, she lifted the chainsaw over her head and pumped it a couple of times. Hear me roar. That's not an incredibly stupid fucking thing to do. Hear me beg. She had to laugh as she jumped off to the ground. Have made some good progress, don't you think? Lane cut her off by putting his mouth on hers, the kiss getting so hot so fast that he ended up bending her nearly backward. When he finally let up a little, they were both panting. "So, hi," he said. "Did you by any chance miss me?" "Every second." He straightened them up. "God, I love you. I love the way you handled that chainsaw." It was impossible not to catch his slip, and she had to stumble in her own mind as an instinct to float out, and "I love you" struck her as well. Lane covered up the awkwardness with aplomb, however. "So I really did bring dinner, take out from the club. I got you that salad you hopefully still like and a crap load of tenderloin. You know, just in case you need it to recover." uh, I gotta say, I'll go for the salad, but you can keep the steak. Do not like steak. I like beef. Roast beef is like my favorite thing in the world. Just don't like steak though. It doesn't help that I had a really bad one in a restaurant once and then my grandfather yelled at me for it. And it's like, I was like 14 when this happened and he bitched about it because I didn't know that it was like the steak was like a side of something and I wanted to try it and I didn't know it cost extra. And tenderloin is fried pork. Okay, I thought it was beef. My bad. I like pork. I like all things pork. Pork chops are one of the best things ever. Must be served with mashed potatoes and cream corn. But I like pork chops and I like pork in other things. Not so much with rice, but I'll eat it. God, now I want Chinese food rice really bad. China Kiki. That's the place here that I really love. They're far, but they're really good. They're closed now, but that is one thing I can say about the area that I live. You can get Chinese food till like 3 in the morning. It's really good. Ooh, chicken fried rice and egg rolls. That's what I could kill a mountain of right now. Definitely. But yeah, I ordered a steak and then I didn't like it because it wasn't cooked very well and it had like all this stringy fat in it that I kept having to pull out of my mouth because I couldn't chew through it. It was really gristly and disgusting. And then he yelled at me about it for it costing extra, which I didn't know about because I didn't understand how the menu was written because 14. And then that I didn't eat it and it's like, yeah, because it's gross. I guess it is beef if you say tenderloin in these parts is pork. I can understand that. I can understand. It could be. I've seen both here. I've seen the word tenderloin applied to both, definitely. So yeah, I guess it, unless he says, it could be either. But hey, hopefully it's pork. Pork is better. For that at least. But I have to use the ladies' room, so I will be right back. I wish I could leave Bo to entertain you, but I think he's got his head stuck down the corner of the couch. So I will be right back. Put bookmark in case the fan blows my book shut. I'll be right back. Everyone in the chat, talk about what you like better, beef or pork, and why. And what was like the best beef or pork you ever had at a restaurant, and what was it? I'll be right back. That's okay, Zadale. We still love you here. Hoosier, what? Oh, Hoosier's like that. What is it? It's Wait, I know where that's from. Is it Indiana? Is it only one state that if you're from you're allowed to call yourself a Hoosier, or is it like a couple of states in the South? Because I've never been too clear on that. I know Mike Pence called himself a Hoosier, and I think he's from Indiana. I think I could be wrong about that. Let's see what's in the Discord. Persnickety, thank you so much for that podcast video that I'm definitely watching later tonight. God, man, how is it Jonathan Frakes, other than having gray hair, like has not aged? Like Brent Spiner definitely has, but okay, very funny for the pork tenderloin photo. That is, I'm not sure what that is, but I would give a good try to trying to eat it. I will definitely attempt to eat whatever that is. I don't know if it would probably take me like 3 or 4 meals, but I will definitely try to eat whatever that is. But I would be happy if they brought that to me at a restaurant, because whatever I don't eat, I'll take home. They would definitely be able to give Bo some. He'd be very happy. He likes pork. Well, he likes any form of meat. Like, one of the things he gets in trouble for is when he gets in the garbage, and one thing that will make him try to get in the garbage is any wrappers that contained meat or tinfoil that had meat cooked in it. He just can't help himself. And it did prove what a smart dog he is, because he's broken into several garbage cans that I thought he couldn't get into. He only gets smart when it concerns food. Other than that, he doesn't put the effort in. But that's a hilarious picture. Like, whatever place that is, they should use it as advertising, because that would get them this. Like when places do that, like eat an 80-ounce steak, and like if you can eat it all in one sitting, it's free, but if not, it's like $400. Or if you graduated from Indiana University. Okay. It is Indiana only, and yes, he is. Yeah, I thought so. So somebody said that because, like, before he like got into politics, he was one of those like right-wing conservative like idiots on a radio show. He had like a radio show or something, like locally, where he was the super conservative, sexist guy. And then somehow he got into politics or something. I don't know. Has he even been heard of in the last like 4 years? Because he kind of left the White House and like disappeared off the face of the earth. Like, he's not even involved in politics or like anything anymore. Like, I don't blame him given what happened. But usually, like, when people drop out of high level politics, they get on the board of some oil company or something where they get paid a lot of money for doing nothing, because their name like still has weight, and so like a company can say like, hey, Mike Pence works for us, which is kind of technically true, and then like other people will do business with them because of it. It's a weird thing. Maybe we'll do my last shout out for sponsor a duck or handcuffs or a drink for our various rates of sponsorship for the next few weeks or months or however long. All book club proceeds go to helping me get my bedroom in order with a new bed frame that I found, dimmable light bulbs, a sitting up pillow, and if the gods choose to smile on me, a new mattress, but it's optional. Mostly the thing I need right now is the bed frame, because my current bed frame is broken, and it's only a matter of time before it completely falls apart, and then I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Hello, dog-shaped thing. Hi. No, he just wanted to relocate to his crate with his blankie and his puppy bed. Yeah? You still sleepy, puppy? Yeah, he's still a sleepy puppy. But he might come say hi later. He's a sleepy baby boy. But yeah, if I can figure if I can get my bedroom like more conducive to sleeping, you know, then it'll help with the raving insomnia that will not be quelled by anything else. And I've tried everything. I am seriously considering buying 2 bottles of NyQuil. Because that'll make you sleep. That green stuff, man, like, wow. I don't know how they don't market that as literally whatever in it, just as like sleeping aid, because that's what it's for. They'll never understand why NyQuil is like $25 a bottle. It's ridiculous. All the like cold and flu, like Sudafed and all that's way overpriced too. Don't know why, other than they can. From what she drawled as she put her chainsaw down. Oh, you know what? Except then he frowned. Unless you're, you know, sore from last night. Maybe that was something to ask before you bent her backwards with a kiss, because yeah, ow. Oh, hello. Thing that's pawing my leg. Hi. Okay, Bo, I'm not getting on the floor and rubbing your belly right now. Hello, yes, quick belly, 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 belly. Bo, why is there a dishcloth on the floor? When did you steal that? How did you steal that? What did you do? That was on the counter. How did you get that? He's not telling. Come on, up, up. Up, up. Come say hi. Come on, up, up. You can do it. There we go. Here's a puppy. Okay, Bo, don't make me knock the book down. My phone's on it. And I've already dropped my phone enough times. I'm so lucky the screen hasn't cracked. I'm still looking for a new phone. I gotta get back to doing that because I found the model of the phone that I want. I just have to find it. But new bed frame is priority right now. Phone is something I hope to get by Christmas. Because my phone is okay. It's dying, but it's okay. For now. So the bed frame's more important because then I'm in less pain when I sleep and I'll be able to sleep better. What do you think, Bo? What do you think? And I made sure the bed frame is as tall as my current bed, so you'll still be able to jump up on it. Yes, you'll still be able to get in the bed, of course. I would never buy a bed that's too tall for puppy. I actually had to measure the height of my bed because I was looking at all these different frames, and some of them were like 14 inches, 18 inches, 21 inches, and I'm like, wait a minute, how tall is my bed? Because I don't want anything shorter than it is now. I like the height that it's at now. But I was like, wait, how tall is it? Because I didn't know. So I had to measure. But that was a good thing to do, right, puppy? Yeah. Yeah, you're such a good boy, aren't you? Ugh, you're also hot and furry. So I'm sorry, but you're not getting extended cuddles tonight. It's way too hot. In the winter, he's great to snuggle because he's tiny little space heater. Okay, say goodbye, everyone. Say bye. Help me get a new bed that I can snuggle and roll around on. Because you know, the second there's anything new, I'm going to have to mark it with my scent. So I'm going to have to roll and wiggle and roll and wiggle and dig, 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 dig to get it just the way I want. Right? Yes. It's always so weird because whenever he starts like digging or rolling on something to get it the way he wants or put his scent on it, if I look at him, he'll freeze in place. Like he thinks he's doing something wrong. And then when I like fake look away, he'll go back to like wiggling and rolling and kicking around. And it's like, why do you stop doing that when I look at you? I've never told you not to do that. Like you're just being a crazy puppy. You've never been yelled at for being a crazy puppy. So why do you freeze like that? Why do you do that? Yeah, you don't know. You're not even paying attention to what I'm saying, are you? Nope. Nope. He's just going, shouldn't you be cuddling me and feeding me some food? Yes, that's a word you know. It's not one of the words you pretend you don't know when you don't want to hear it, like stay. He thinks stay only applies as long as I'm watching him. As soon as I look away, he thinks he can move. Yeah. We never quite got the concept of stay into you, did we? No. Yes, I love you too. You dopey little thing. You're so cute. Okay, go lay down somewhere, okay? Mommy's got like another hour, then I'm all yours, alright? Maybe we'll give you a bath. I don't feel bad getting him wet in this heat because he's dry in like 2 minutes. I always feel bad about bathing him in the winter when it's necessary, but in the summer, not so much. Uh, Lizzie shook her head. No. Pity. Excuse me? Coming in close, his mouth lingered on hers, and he licked at her lips. Ew! I was thinking I could kiss it and make it better. You can do that anyway. As he pivoted her around and eased her back against his car, he felt her heart start to soar. She felt her heart start to soar, and figured, what the hell? She might as well let herself go. A tree had killed her car, her front yard was a mess, there was a small forest of limbs down all over her property. But Lane was here, and he'd remembered that she liked Cobb salad. And damn it, he was the best kisser on the planet. Oh, of course he is. Tomorrow she would put her game head back on. Tomorrow she would remember to watch herself. Lane eased back. Tell me, how do you feel about sex in the open air? Ew. She nodded over to the 3 cows who were standing by her porch. Oh, she has cows. I want to pet them. I've always wanted to pet a black and white cow, and I've never got the chance to do that. Ever since I was a kid, I wanted to go see a real cow, and I never got the chance to. They don't have cows at petting zoos, and I never understood that. Of course, I never really liked petting zoos, but it was one of those things as a kid you get dragged to, and you're supposed to like it, and then if you don't, people look at you weird. I think our audience is going to double when my farmer buddy discovers those nice ladies have gone exploring again. Oh, so they're not her cows, they're like escaped cows. Then we're heading into the house right now before I go insane. Far be it from me to stand between you and mental stability. He'd even brought an overnight bag, she thought as they carried everything in. Okay, so they're just full on a thing? Because, sure, why not? Stay. So, I have news, he said as he closed her front door. What's that? Chantal moved out this morning. Lizzie stopped and looked at him. He was dressed in his casual warm weather uniform of Bermuda shorts and eyes an Izod, all caps IZOD. No idea what that is. The Gucci loafers on his feet and his Ray-Bans, and that Cartier watch making it seem like he'd walked out of an Instagram picture entitled Handsome and Rich. Wow, we just had a lot of brand names right there. Are Bermuda shorts a brand name or just a style? And Izod must be a brand of something, I just don't know what. Gucci loafers, Ray-Bans, and Cartier, that makes 5. It's a style for Bermuda? Okay, so nobody actually, like, owns it. Even his hair was slicked back that was because he was fresh from a shower and it was still wet. Izod is a brand? What do they make? Never heard of them. They sound like something out of Superman. Her heart fluttered with a momentary fear because, looking as good as he seemed like a poster boy of someone you shouldn't trust, especially about women who were like Chantal. As if he could read her mind, Lane took off his sunglasses and showed her his eyes. In contrast to everything external about him, they were clear, steady, calm, honest. Yeah, I would not be giving this guy honesty points. Really, she whispered. Really. He came over and turned her towards him. Lizzie, it's done. The whole thing with her is done. Not until you're divorced. No, it's not. Before you say it, it's not just for you. Should have put a bullet into that marriage long ago. My mistake. Looking up into his face, she cursed under her breath. I'm sorry, Lane. I'm sorry that I doubted you. It's just that you blew me off for somebody else, went off and married them. I haven't seen you in 2 years. You suddenly came back and announced that it's over, but she's still living there and you're not divorced yet. So yeah, forgive me for not dropping everything, you idiot. Why are people in these books always dumb? They make yacht and golfing type stuff? That makes sense. Also explains why I've never heard of them. Now I'm just really thinking about rice and chicken. I think I have rice. I'm like 99% sure there is a box of minute rice in my kitchen. I think. There should be. Never actually made real rice, but I can rock some minute rice. And usually not burn it. Looking up into his face, she cursed under her breath. Oh, yeah. Shh. He silenced her with his lips. I don't live in the past. It's a waste of time. All I care about is where we are now. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she bowed her body into his. So, I was able to make the friends thing stick, was I? And that is perfectly okay with me. I heard a puppy. Where is he? Oh, there you are. Hello. You're just a sleepy boy, aren't you? Yes, you are. Yes, he's just a sleepy boy. That was quite possibly the best dinner I've ever had. Lane glanced across the sofa and watched as Lizzie sank back into the cushions and put her hand on her belly. As her eyes began to drip shut, he pictured her up on that tree limb like an avenging angel, wielding that chainsaw, cutting the crap out of those branches that had killed her car. Even though they'd spent the first hour of the visit getting all over each other, his erection thickened up again. Okay, this guy, has to be secretly popping some Viagra. It's a miracle, he muttered. That I like the tenderloin so much? Not really. Being here with you, I mean. His blue eyes reopened slowly. I feel the same way. As he laughed deep in his throat, she stopped him by putting her palm up. You may not spike the you may not spike the dishes in victory. Oh, the football thing. Putting his chin aside, he pulled up her body, mounting her. That's always sexy to say. Mounting someone. That's not demeaning at all. I have other celebratory options, Hello, thing that's pawing at my leg, going, pay attention to me. Bo, mommy's shoulders hurt. I can't lean like that right now. Oh, also to anyone in the States, you may want to avoid eating iceberg lettuce for the foreseeable future. Because I saw that the recall has extended beyond Taco Bell. Though I'm never going to stop laughing that the joke about Taco Bell giving people diarrhea became true and like swept across half the US. But Walmart has now pulled iceberg lettuce, among other things, from a certain brand. I didn't see the details, but I saw that earlier. And I was like, okay, I'm glad I don't live in the States because I really, really like iceberg lettuce. It's like the only acceptable kind of lettuce. Excuse me. Um, Rolling his hips, he felt a stab of lust as he bit down on her lower lip, like she was ready for some more of him. Like, that's all these two do. I don't think Taco Bell has been linked to the parasite. It was just preemptive. Well, if it was, good on them for taking precautions. Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone is actually like for 100% confirmed, like where it's coming from. Lucky for you, all parasites on our country borders. I did look it up because yeah, I'm 30 minutes from the border of New York, and I eat iceberg lettuce all the time, and so it's like, yeah, does whatever brand that is, does it exist up here? Answer no. Um, Come on, you want up? Come on, last time. Come on, up, up. Yes, come on. He's being a baby. You are being a baby. You're just being a baby. See, he needs a nap and he just wants extended cuddles before he has his nap. Yes. Does Sasha get like that? Does she get extra cuddly and sucky before she's going to settle down for a big sleep? Okay, Bo, you're really, really warm. Like, really, really, really warm. You know, you kind of have a natural body temperature of about 135 degrees. I know you're a baby and you want all the attention. I know. Oh, come here. Come here, you. Yes, look at everyone. Say hi. Say hi, I'm a doggy. Yes. Yes, there's no food on my desk. That's what he's looking for. Yeah, is there any food up here? Can I steal a duck? I'll give it back, I promise. Promise? Why did that make your ears flick? What word do you think you heard? What do you think you heard? You don't know? You don't know? You're a baby? You're a baby dog shaped thing? Yeah, you're just being a cuddle. Look at the belly. Look at the belly. Rub the belly. Rub the belly. So good. Most likely it spreads from flooding, causes sewers to back up and overflow, and some water gets into the irrigation. Water purification techniques don't work on this parasite. That sucks. It has a shell that makes it impervious to chlorine. That is some next level fuckery. That sucks a lot. Like, it's not a deadly thing, which is good, but it's still bad. And it's probably gonna like be another couple weeks before it stops. And that's bad. What do you think? You think if you stick your face in my face, I'll stop paying attention to the screen and only pay attention to you? And the fur you're getting in my mouth? Yeah, he's not a jealous little suck at all. Not at all. All right, you've had enough cuddles. Mommy's got to read. We've only got like an hour left. And I've got like 2 chapters that I said I would get through. Okay? Yes, I love you too. I love you very much, little puppy. Okay, so you go hold your pillow down for a while. And then when I'm finished, I'll give you lots of cuddles and love, okay? Yeah? Okay? Can you do that? You're not paying attention to a single word I'm saying. You're just enjoying being loved on. Yeah. Okay. 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 Mwah. I love you, little puppy. There you go. There you go. Good baby. There's a good baby. Now I'm more covered in fur than ever. This was clean. This was clean when I put it on, and now I'm all covered in fur. Thank Trump, Musk, and RFK Jr. for thinking tracking and getting ahead of outbreaks was a waste of money. Yes, I saw about that. That the specifically the CDC like tracking for this parasite and others, they like shut it down because like yeah, why would you want to know early on when there's a potential outbreak of something treatable and preventable is going on? Better to let it spread across. I think I heard 27 states now have been affected. I haven't heard like how many people that is. But they're probably not keeping track of that either. You know, because cuts to the CDC and stuff, that didn't contribute to a global pandemic at all. And we didn't learn the first one from the first one. 13 states. Yeah, I'm not right. It's gonna like when when stuff is just completely unchecked, it spreads really fast. Because this is what, the third week of this? I think it's been going on for roughly 3 weeks now. Because yeah, I've been checking like to make sure nothing is recalled here. Because that's something that gets screwed up between the borders sometimes with recalls. I remember one time it was they're still around. What's the company? Maple Leaf. They've had a couple of big like nationwide recalls, and one of them they put out a list of like 400 like frozen hors d'oeuvres that they sold that were recalled for listeria. And that I saw because I emailed a friend of mine who I knew just bought like a ton of stuff for a big party, and she was like, "Oh my god, that's everything that's in my freezer." And I'm like, "Yeah, take it back and get a refund." The bigger problem was the party was like tomorrow, and she's like, "Okay, that takes out my entire menu, so what am I going to do?" Oh, that's right. Yeah, because the World Cup's going on, so people got sick and took it back home. That's true. Sure, there have been outbreaks before that didn't make the news because they clamped down on it. That's definitely possible, yeah. Because it's up to them whether they put out statements about anything. Like, there's nothing that says they have to. So, yeah, they get to decide, like, what and when stuff is made public. But this, like, it was happening on such a huge scale, they probably, like, had to address it because, like, everybody knows. But yeah, I forgot about the World Cup. That's right, the World Cup's going on still. It's still going, right? I think it's still going. I don't think anyone's won it yet. I know we're out of it. I'm not sure who we lost to, but I know we're no longer in it. But we did better than we usually do. This was a really good World Cup for Canada. We made it much farther than we usually do, so that's like win in and of itself. We didn't go out in the first round. That's about as good as we can claim when it comes to soccer. So for us, we had a really great year at the World Cup. Like we're still celebrating. We did good. Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's 1 or 2 games left. I'm not even sure like who's still in it. Soccer's boring. I haven't paid much attention. Yeah, I'm with you there. I never pay attention to sports like in general, but it is a huge thing here. Like any like yeah, the bars are always just jam freaking packed when it comes to soccer because we have, and it's largely it's like it's the refugee population and like the can't think of the word, but it's people who are here for like moved here from like all over Europe and that they are your big soccer crowds here. So if you're a bar and you want guaranteed crowd, make sure you get the European soccer stations. You will be absolutely jam packed like anytime there is soccer on. Immigrants. Yeah, I was trying to come up with a better word than that because I don't like that word. That is the word. It just, I don't know. I try not to use it because the way it gets used, like nowadays. Hispanic communities, yeah, that's one of them. But also, like here, you have like Italian, like any of like the Eastern, like the old Eastern Bloc kind of countries, like Serbia and Syria and Czechoslovakia, huge population. Ukraine, definitely huge, 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 huge number of Ukrainian people here. Lately in the U.S., they're just targets. Yeah, have you heard about the latest ICE shooting? The agent that did it, he's got like an insane history. Immigrant isn't a bad word. I know. It's just it gets used badly nowadays. And but yeah, the ICE agent, the most recent. I don't even know if it's the most recent one anymore because there's like 3 huge incidents with ICE this week, and I haven't read up on them all. But in one of them, the ICE agent who shot someone has like an insane history of domestic violence that I guess they didn't know about when they hired him. And it's like that's the kind of thing that background checks are supposed to pick up on. Yeah, I think soccer probably is the most unifying sport because, like, baseball is a really American thing. Hockey is pretty much a North American, Canadian thing. Soccer is, like, very universal. Like, I think it's probably played in more countries than, like, any other sport, probably. All you need for soccer is a ball and a field. Yeah, that's true. Is that true? Baseball is big in Japan. I think I heard something about that. That is cool, though. That would definitely be cool. I bet it's because it's you actually pay attention to the rules of baseball. It's a very like orderly game. It's got rules for everything. It's all about like order of turns and stuff. I used to love T-ball. My mom was always afraid I was going to break the windows on the house. She'd throw to me in the front yard and I'd hit it and it'd go on the roof. And she'd have to get my grandfather to get my ball down. But yeah, she was absolutely waiting for the time that I like put the ball through the living room window or something. This was not an unfounded fear. Where were we? I would very much like to see a Japanese baseball game. I bet that's a lot of fun. Mm-hmm. Rolling his hips, he felt the stab of lust as she bit down on her lower lip like she was ready for some more of him. These two are just like perpetually horny. You want me to demonstrate one for you, he said as he nuzzled at her throat. Her hands stroked up his back. Yes, I do. Mmm. The sound of ringing on the coffee table made him jump forward and grab his phone. Not Miss Aurora. Please, not Miss Aurora. Oh my god, Lane, is she? As soon as he saw the call was from a 917 area code, he sagged in relief. Thank God. I have to take this. It's a friend of mine from New York. Okay, I was about to say, I recognize that area code. It's not Canadian. Okay, that explains it, because I've definitely seen it. It's always weird when I get political calls from New York. It's usually like somebody running for something local, and somehow Canadian phone numbers just end up on the list of phone numbers that they buy. But it's weird when they're like, so and so is running for whatever the hell in mayor of New York. Can we count on your vote? And I'm like, no, I don't live in New York or the States. You're calling Ontario, and I think you're not supposed to do that. It's always very awkward, and usually they just mumble something and hang up. Please. He accepted the call and said, Jeff, you miss me, his old roommate said. I know that's why you left me that voicemail. Not even close. Well, I'm not FedExing you those cinnamon rolls you eat morning, noon, and night. That better be Cinnabon. Nothing beats Cinnabon. I miss Cinnabon. They're on DoorDash now, but it's like $45 for like 12 cinnamon rolls, which is just insane. Not that I could not eat 12 of their cinnamon rolls. I certainly could, because they are the best and they're the size of your head, which is great. But $45, no. I need to know how much vacation time you have. Total silence. Then, the World Series of Poker isn't being played right now. Why are you asking me this? I need your help. Absently, he eased back against the cushions and positioned Lizzie's legs over his lap. She'd changed into shorts after their shower, and he loved running his palm up and down those smooth, muscled calves of hers. I've got a real problem here. Jeff dropped the smartass. What kind of problem? Excuse me. I need someone to tell me if my father is embezzling from the family company to the tune of over $50 million. I thought we already knew that he was. Isn't that what they got the books for? I mean, I know they didn't understand him so much, but I thought we knew this. Jeff whistled softly. That's a lot of cabbage, my friend. My brother managed to get me access to... Christ, it's about 500 pages worth of spreadsheets and financial disclosures, but I have no idea what I'm looking at. I want you to come down and tell me what happened, and it has to be now, before he figures out I'm onto him and gets rid of anything that incriminates him. Oh, is this what we're using as the excuse for why we've not confronted him yet? Listen, Lane, I know I love you like the long-lost, waspy brother I never had, but you're talking about forensic accounting. There are people who specialize in that for a reason. Let me find you someone you can trust. Yeah, seriously, like you do need somebody who really knows what they're talking about when you get into like that much like minutia and detail. Like it's insane, especially for a huge company. The records are going to be complicated as hell. That's my point, Jeff. I can't trust anyone with this. It's my family we're talking about. We can blind all the documents. I can help with that so that whoever it is won't know. I want you. Oh, for fuck's sake, Lane. Thanks to having known the guy for years, Lane was very aware that his job was now to shut up and let Jeff grumble his way down the rabbit hole. Nothing was going to sway the guy. There was no persuasion to be brought to bear. And if you did try to mouth off, sometimes it worked against you. Instead, Lane knew if he kept quiet, all their years together were going to take care of the problem. Bingo. I'm going to insist someone check my work, Jeff muttered. And fuck you, that's not negotiable. I'm not going to be responsible for screwing this up because you have some romantic notion that I'm brilliant with numbers. Do we even know that this person is an accountant of any kind? Like, he's been introduced as guy he played poker with. It doesn't make him a financial genius. Yeah, he's surprised the 200-year-old business has a lot of records, I know, right? And that's what it gets into. Like, that's why it would be really complicated. And it would take this is not going to be an overnight endeavor trying to unravel this stuff. It's going to take a while. And that's assuming you even have all the records, which they don't. I guess this author's never heard of an NDA. Yeah, seriously. That's what companies do all the time because, yeah, their financial troubles getting out would affect, like, stock prices and hostile takeover bids and stuff like that, so you don't want it getting out. But yeah, that's what NDAs are meant for. Like, they get overused, but that is what they're for. But you are. Damn you, Baldwin. I can't send a plane for you. It would create too much attention. That's okay. One of my families is on the East Coast. I'll get on it tomorrow morning. And no, I can't come sooner. I'm going to have to shift some things around at work. I owe you. Damn straight you do. And you can start repaying me tomorrow night. I want free booze and loose women if I'm going to do this. Ew! I'll take care of everything. I'll even pick you up at the airport myself. Just text me your arrival time. Jeff was muttering obscenities as the guy hung up without saying goodbye. As Lane put his own phone down, he blew out a breath. Thank God. Who was that? Guess you'd call him my best friend. He was the one I was staying with up north. Jeff Stern. Brilliant finance guy. Isn't that convenient? If anyone can make sense of the money trail, he will. And after that, Lane rubbed his eyes. God, I guess I should go to the police? Maybe the SEC. But I'd really rather handle it quietly. What if your father's broken the law? A sudden image of William Baldwin in an orange jumpsuit made him relieved in a sick way that his mother was so out of it. I'm not going to get in the way of the authorities. What I'm worried about is that he's used my mother's power of attorney to drain her accounts. But I don't have access to those records. They're all at Prospect Trust. Are they going to pull a bank heist or something? Yeah. Yeah, hire that place. They keep the Oscar results secret. Hey, that is one of the best kept secrets in the world. You got to give them that. Yeah, William Baldwin. That's the dad's name. If the police or the FBI get involved, they can find that out. Lane nodded, remembering the sight of that body bag leaving Easterly. If Rosalinda committed suicide over this, my father has someone's blood on his hands. He needs to be brought to justice. Here's a conversation that should have happened a while ago. And also, we still are going on the if she committed suicide. It's like, dude, give it a couple days. There'll be an autopsy. I'm sure there's some kind of investigation going on. I usually try to look on the bright side of things, but she shook his hand. Well, no matter what happens, I'm with you, okay? Looking over at her, he said gravely, That's all I need. No matter where this all goes, if I have you. The phone rang again, and he laughed as he picked it back up. He's having second thoughts. No, Jeff, you can't back out of. Are you near a TV? Lane sat up. Samuel T? Why is this guy always called Samuel T? Like, no one calls him Sam. Like, why? Are you? No, what's going on? I need you to come to my house right away. The police are looking for you. And when you weren't at Easterly, Mitch called me. Okay, is his dad like throwing him under the bus or something? What? What are you talking about? Then he thought, oh shit. Look, I realize Edward and I technically entered the business center under false premises, but the goddamn facility is on the property for one thing. And as for the documents, they didn't do anything wrong there. I know. Yeah, I know. It's easy. I forgot that there is a Billy Baldwin in real life because he goes by Billy and not William. I forgot about him. Well, he's been like irrelevant for like 10 years. Since the Access Hollywood bus. And hey, Alec Baldwin had a hell of a lawyer, so that's how that goes. There was like so much rumor going around that he was like getting a reality show after that, but I think that's dead now. That's Billy Bush. Okay, I'm confusing people. There is a Billy Baldwin. I know that there's like 5 Baldwin brothers. I don't know all. I think they're all actors too. They are. That must be so confusing. I wonder if someone ever hired the wrong one because they couldn't tell them apart. I bet this happened. I don't know what you're talking about, and right now I don't care. Chantal went to the emergency room first thing this morning, all beaten to hell and gone. She told the authorities you did it to her when you found out she was pregnant after you filed the divorce papers. Oh, okay, we didn't see this coming. They're placing you under arrest for first-degree domestic assault, and they might have enough to lift it to attempted murder. What? We just saw her driving. If she was in a state for like attempted murder charges, she would not have been driving. She would have been in the hospital. Like this, I'm sorry, but this is where like I know you can write fantastical stuff, but this is ridiculous. You need to justify your bullshit. What? Lane jumped to his feet. Is she insane? No, what she is in surgery. They're resetting her jaw at the moment. We literally just saw her. Like, he said she just passed by him driving to the house, like, what, an hour ago? Now she's in the ER having major surgery? What the fuck? And also, who beat the shit out of her? Because I doubt she did that to herself. I mean, just the logistics of it would be very hard. So who beat the shit out of her? I never touched Chantal, and I can prove it. I wasn't even home last night. Just get to my house. I'll broker an intake in the middle of the night so there's no pictures of you going in, and we'll bail you. This is bullshit, Lane spat. I'm not playing this game with her. This isn't a game, and unless you make an appearance down at that jailhouse, you're going to be considered a fugitive. Really? So they filed charges without even talking to him at all or confirming anything that she said. He was in Silver with the Fatal Instinct actress. I don't know who that is. And I don't know that movie, sorry. The name rings a bell. I just can't place it. Sharon Stone? Oh, yeah. I know Sharon Stone. Yeah, I bet it was the father, too. Yeah, she has gone full Desperate Housewife. Yeah, I bet it was the father that beat the shit out of her. Because, like, there's nobody else around. Like, character-wise, there's nobody else. So I bet it was the father. It's old. It was racy in the 90s. Basic Instinct. Basic Instinct I've heard about. That's the one where Sharon Stone like flashed her vagina at the camera or something. And like she said she only did it because they promised they would use that take, and then they did, and she hated it because it like destroyed her career. Like I've seen that scene, but I don't know anything about the movie. Margaritas on a Saturday night. Oh, I'm jealous. I'm very, very jealous. And right now, all I want to do is stick my head in the freezer. I want to stick my head in the freezer and eat a very, very large pile of egg rolls. Lane looked over at Lizzie. She was sitting up, full alarm, braced for bad news. All at once, he remembered passing Chantal in that Mercedes that she had left Easterly. Her face had been covered with glasses, that black veil. For all he knew, she'd pulled a Gone Girl and done the stuff to herself. He hadn't put the woman in true pathological territory before, but maybe he'd underestimated the crazy. Yeah, men usually do. Okay, he said, I'm coming in. I'll be at your farm in 20 minutes. Hanging up the phone, he heard himself say, I have to go. Lane, what's happening? The dishes from their nice dinner were still on the table, the cushions of the sofa still dented from his having laid back and stroked her legs. Yet those moments, which had happened mere minutes ago, were gone, gone, gone. I'm going to take care of it, he told her. I'm going to make it all go away. She's lying. Once again, she's lying. What can I do to help? Stay here. Well, he was with her last night, so maybe you make a statement saying I was with you. I mean, I'm not saying they believe him, but it would help. Don't turn on your radio. I'll call you as soon as I can and explain everything. Because this is going to be on the radio? What? Marching back over to Lizzie, he took her face in his hands. I love you. I need you to believe that. I need you to remember that. And I'm going to take care of this. I swear on my mama's life. You're scaring me. It's going to be okay, I promise. With that, he left her house. At a dead run. End of chapter. Ugh. Ow. Gordon Ramsay has like clips for everything. This is why he's awesome. I don't even know what show he's currently doing, but I'm sure there is one. Because he's done like 5 different versions of the same show, so I'm sure one of them is currently airing. I wish he'd do more hotels, because those are funny. I think he's still doing Hell's Kitchen. I'm probably a couple seasons behind on that. Yeah, these chapters are getting a little shorter. But we are getting towards the end of the book, so that's probably why. Alright, we're going to read one more chapter, which is about 5 pages, and then we're going to call it an evening. It'll be a little early, but that's okay. Because I don't want to leave it. Looking at the page count, I don't want to hit not having enough to read next week and then being in an awkward place of like starting a new book or ending it like an hour. So, yeah, we're going to read one more chapter and then call it a night because then we'll have just enough left to finish this book off next week. We got through this book fast. Like, and it's not terribly short either. I mean, it's well spaced. That's the difference. The difference is it has actual proper structure and formatting and is not just endless blocks of text with no break, no pauses that make it really hard to read. So there is that. I'm liking the formatting. Oh, I have to figure out which of the other books is next. I realized I don't know which one comes next. I know there's only 3 books in the series and I have them all. I just don't know what the order is. And it occurred to me I should find that out because I don't know which book is next. And it probably helps to read them in the proper order. Not saying it's necessarily like, guaranteed, but it probably helps if they're in the right order, I would think. So, yeah, I should look up which one comes next. Chapter 42. As Lane's Porsche Oh my god, endless cars. Everybody drives something fancy. Roared off into the gathering darkness, Lizzie sat where he'd left her for a time. All she could think was that none of them should be surprised. Chantal Baldwin was as tough as they came, and there was no way that woman was going to lose her social status and access to the Bradford lifestyle without putting up a tremendous fight. Okay, this is where I have questions because didn't she come from like super rich society, highborn family as well? So why would she be losing anything by getting divorced? Also, she's going to get a decent settlement out of the divorce, probably alimony. So like so whatever this might as so whatever this was might as well just be an opening salvo. Heading to her feet, she picked up their plates and thought, wow, not how she'd expected the evening to end. But maybe he would still be back. He'd left his bag. Damn you, Chantal. Back in the kitchen, she put everything in the sink, pumped dishwashing soap on top of the mess, and fired up the hot water. She was about to get her hands wet when her cell phone rang over on the counter. Thank God, she said, leaping across the tile. Lane. Lane, can you tell me what. Lizzie, are you at home? Depends on the prenup. That is true. Because she did cheat. And, like, so maybe if there's an adultery clause that says she gets nothing, then there's that. Greta? There was a whirring noise over the connection, like the woman was behind the wheel of her car. Greta, I'm having trouble hearing you. Home? Yes, I'm home. Are you all right? On my way. Buzz, chirp, whir. There in 10 minutes. Okay, but I don't want to finish working on that limb now. It's nearly dark, and honestly, I'm not in the mood. Off your phone. What? The metaphorical seas parted, and the German's voice came through loud and clear. You need to turn off your phone. Okay, I'm gonna guess that, like, the news of the company being in financial ruin has hit the news or something. What? Why? And I will not. Lane might call. Look, I'm not really in the mood for company, and there was a loud chirp and the connection cut out entirely. Great. Putting the phone in her pocket, she went back to the sink, washed the dishes and the silverware, dried the lot of it, and put everything away. She was out in the living room sitting on the sofa again, nervously thumbing through the latest issue of Garden and Gun. Why do I bet that that's a real magazine in the South? Like, I'm sorry to make fun, but that sounds like something they would have in, like, the Deep South. Garden and Gun magazine. I just bet that's real. When headlights flashed across the front of the farmhouse and the cobblestones of her drive crackled. Getting to her feet, she pulled her shirt down and double-checked her hair wasn't tangled. No sense looking like she'd rolled out of bed with Lane. Especially because most of the sex they had been on the rug in the hall. Carpet burn? And on the stairs. And standing up in the shower. Opening the door, as her partner got out of the Mercedes station wagon, Liz could see Greta's face was ashen and her shoulders were bowed. Oh, did the lady die? And she looked like she was wiping away tears under those tortoiseshell glasses. Oh my God, Lizzie said. Is it one of the kids? The other woman didn't answer, just came up on the porch and walked right into the house. Lizzie followed, closing them in. Did they tap her phone? Maybe. Yeah, because cell phones don't really make noises anymore. It's real. Yeah, it had to be. It's too good for it not to be real. Because why wouldn't that be a real thing? I've seen advertisements for headboards with built-in secret compartments that will drop a shotgun into your hands. I'm sorry, America, but you go fucking insane when it comes to putting guns in everything. Like, I get that part of that is cultural, but it goes too far. It gets crazy and stupid sometimes. Like, I know you can buy purses that have like a built-in like holster, which like on a practical level that makes sense, but it's the 50 billion other gun-centric things that shouldn't exist and do. Like, I recently learned there's an Orbeez gun. Those little water bubble bead things. There's a gun you can fill it with and it'll shoot them. Because everything has to be fireable. Greta. The woman paced around, then finally stopped. Were you with him last night? Okay, so the whole house has heard about this. That's right. America. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh. Crazy. Absolutely fucking mental. Like, somebody please explain to me those fucking whack jobs that own like 50 AR-15s and those cost like $1,000 each. So that's how much money you've spent. And they're like, well, I need all those to defend my home. You have 2 hands. You have 2 hands. How is having 50 guns gonna do you any fucking good? You know you can reload them, right? They're not one and done. You don't fire all the bullets and throw them away. Like, it is just ridiculous. And it's fine if you just want to say, I like guns, I like collecting guns. It's a cultural thing, it's a heritage thing, it's a hunting thing, whatever, fine. But I am going to laugh in your stupid face every time somebody says it's for fucking self-defense. No, it's not. If you're interested in self-defense, you have key code doors, steel fire doors, walls, locked gates. Those are defensive things. Having 50,000 guns is not a defensive thing. That's an I like to shoot things thing. I need them for when the graboids attack. I know what that's from. That's from Tremors. I know that. Yes, that movie makes sense about guns. I love the couple with the guns. One of them is Reba McEntire. I forget who the other guy is. They are so goddamn funny in that movie. They're hilarious and I love them. They are perfect. And yes, they're completely fucking gun crazy, but in the best way. They are the absolute best. I love them so much. Yeah, they're great. That is somebody that knew how to write that because they're so good. And then, yes, all the crazy ass guns make sense in that movie. It's really, oh, it's so funny. They think they'll defend themselves against the government, and I assume have their neighbors help. They forgot the government has drones with bombs. I know, right? I know, because I know that's the original thing, because America, like, threw off chains of tyranny from Britain. You could have just asked nicely like we did. You didn't actually have to go to war. But, yeah, it's because that's the whole point. The Second Amendment says a well-regulated militia being deemed necessary to protect and defend the freedom of blah, blah, blah. I don't know all the words. But the idea was, yeah, if the government ever turns into a bunch of totalitarian assholes and tries to, I don't know, make everyone slaves or mind control or whatever authoritarianism, even though America is an authoritarian country. Like, I'm sorry, you stopped being a republic about 50 years ago. You are now the beginning stages of a totalitarian, authoritarian, and theocratic regime. That is what you have become. Because you let religion into everything, and it poisoned everything, and fucked up everything. So yeah, not a republic anymore. But yeah, the government has drones that can, like, take you out while you're driving in your car without burning the road underneath you. You having a ton of guns is not going to prevent the government from doing whatever the hell it wants to do. Defend yourself from government and wild animals. Not have assault rifles for when you go to the grocery store. Thank you. Yes. That is where it goes too far when idiots are like toting AR-15s on their back to get fucking waffles. That's when it gets into the stupid. Like, that's when it gets ridiculous. I saw a guy once, he just wanted to see if he could. Because technically, in his state, as long as you were outside the security perimeter, as long as you didn't go through the security checkpoint, it was perfectly legal for him to carry an M16 inside an airport, which he did just to prove that he could and just to see what would happen. He had no intention of hurting anyone. It wasn't even loaded. But he did it. And it's like, okay, you should be able to do that. But also, why do you own that? Were the reason asking nicely worked for you? It was 100 years later. It was almost 100 years. I could be slightly off on the date, but I think Canada, don't judge me, history is not my subject, but I think Canada was founded in 1886. So it was almost like, no, it was like a full 100 years after the States. We waited quite a lot longer before kind of getting rid of the British. Not that we did, because, look at the money and everything that gets said in Parliament, and the fact that if you're charged with a crime, you are still charged on behalf of the Crown, and, the prosecutor is called the Crown Attorney, because that's how we do stuff here. Those are Second Amendment auditor types. They're worse than First Amendment auditor types, yeah. You can't learn the lesson and let you go. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's why we still have a throne speech every year. And why King Charles, I think, has been here twice now since becoming king. And most of the royals have, technically, they don't own them or live here, but they have official residences in Canada, where if England is ever under attack and they have to flee the country, there's designated places in Canada that they're there to come for safety. Yeah, kind of. We're still pretty British. But it works for us. We have the politeness thing in common, so it works. Also, we share a lot of food. We're both very foodie countries, so that works. Excuse me. Lane, just, were you with him for the whole night? What are you talking about? Chantal is accusing Lane of beating her up badly enough to put her in the hospital. Okay, so that's what everyone's freaking out about, because of course she told everyone before, I guess, driving herself to the hospital with a broken jaw, because that's how you do, I'm sorry, that's stupid. Him seeing her and then being told this, and it's really bad, and somehow she's in surgery in 20 minutes. What the hell? What? Oh yeah, of course, he didn't tell her before he left. He just said something's going on and left. Because that wasn't really stupid. And that was when it came out. Chantal, the hospital, the police, the media. Because of course, I bet she called the media and tipped it off, because it'll be in all the society papers, because everyone cares about that, really. Lane. When Greta finally fell silent, Lizzie threw out a hand blindly as she fell back into a chair. That man is a lot of things, Greta said, but I've never known him to raise a hand to a woman. Of course not. God, no, absolutely not. Was he here last night? Yes. I came home into the storm and he was here. And he didn't leave until the morning to take Miss Aurora to church. She leapt up. I've got to help him. I've got to tell the police he was with me. I mean, yes, she should tell the police that. I mean, I'm not saying they'd believe her, because she works for him and there are things and they might not believe her, but yeah, saying it. There's something else. Can you drive me? I'm so scattered. I don't think I should be. Well, also, you don't have a car. Your car is still under a tree, so not really drivable. Lizzie. At the sound of her name, she stopped, a cold fear gripping her chest. What? Now Greta's eyes started welling up. I'm sorry. What? Will you just get it all out before my head explodes? Chantal's pregnant, and she told the police it's Lane's. Well, duh, How would she tell them when she has a broken jaw? Hey, good point! That's a very good point, because I'm guessing talking with a broken jaw, not so doable. Yeah, very, very good point. Yeah, and because that car definitely has like built-in GPS and it'll show where the car was and therefore where he was. But I'm betting this gets drawn out into being a thing. Lizzie blinked as everything came to a crashing halt. Oh, of course, she's going to doubt him and be like, oh, she's having his baby. Of course, he's going to stay with her, go back to her, and it's going to be a whole big stupid thing. Her thoughts, her heart, her lungs, even time and the laws of physics. Oh, yes, everything comes to a crashing halt because, oh my God, she's pregnant. Who cares? It doesn't change anything. She says that's why he beat her. When she told him, she says he was furious. I know somebody who was murdered that way in real life. Told her boyfriend she was knocked up. He didn't want to hear that. Beat her to death. Last I heard, he was in a mental asylum somewhere. Or whatever the hell it's called. He got charged with like murder, but got off on like some kind of mental health defense. He's probably out by now because that was a long time ago. I was like 17 when that happened. So it was like 20 years ago. So yeah, he's probably out. My friend was 15. They'd been living together for a few weeks. She ran away from a foster home. They never reported her missing or anything, so nobody looked for her. Moved in with the boyfriend, and like 3 weeks later, that happened. A wave of nausea nailed her in the gut, except no. She couldn't be reliving what had happened before. She couldn't possibly be in the exact same situation with Chantal and Lane again. I've already done this, she thought. I've lived through this nightmare already. God, no, please no. When? Lizzie cleared her throat. When did she go to the police? First thing this morning, around 9 or 10. If you were hurt badly, you wouldn't wait to get medical attention, Lizzie thought. Yeah, if he beat her up last night, why did she wait like 12 hours to get help? If the woman was pregnant and she told him when he got back to Easterly, he could very well have. Like, we're gonna play this out like she actually doubts him, seriously. With a horrible lurch, Lizzie skidded her way down the hall and barely made it to the bathroom before she threw up all that tenderloin. Aw, waste of food. By the time Lane pulled up to Samuel T.'s farm, he was mad enough to chew through tin and spit nails. I'm gonna guess that's a very southern term. Punching his foot into the brake, he skidded to a stop in front of the man's mansion and nearly left the engine running as he got out. Samuel T. opened the door before he made it around the car. I called Mitch. He's going to be here in 45 minutes with an unmarked. They don't want to wait to take you in, but we're going to go through the impound entrance. No one with a camera can get back there, so you'll be all right. Don't underestimate the press. Lane brushed past the guy. This is a total fucking lie. She's batshit crazy and it's going to... He stopped and frowned at his old friend. What? Why are you looking at me like that? By way of answer, Samuel T. reached out and took Lane's arm. How did you get these scratches all over your hands, your arms, your neck, your face? Oh yeah, it's gonna look like she was clawing at him, but he's got a witness. He's got a witness and a smashed up car that will have his blood on it. Like, Lane glanced down at himself. Jesus Christ, Sam, these are from last night. I went out to Lizzie's and this limb fell on her car. When his friend just stared at him, he snapped, She'll testify in court if she has to. I pulled her out of her goddamn Yaris. I thought she was dead. Are you seeing her again? Yes, I am. And you think she's going to want to help you when she finds out Chantal's having your baby? Again? Didn't you two try this drama out a couple years ago? Lane felt 90% of his blood leave his head. It's not mine, Sam. I told you when I signed those papers. I haven't been with Chantal since I left. Not what she's telling the police. She says she's been back and forth to Manhattan for the last year working on your relationship. It's not mine. He lowered his voice even though there was no one around. It's my father's. Now it was Samuel T.'s turn to be stunned. Your father's? You heard me. Are you sure? Yeah, I've spoken to both of them about it. Samuel T. coughed in his fist. You know, your family's something else. Oh, you think Lizzie's pregnant? Either she was seeing someone when she started sleeping with him like 3 days ago, or it's the world's fastest pregnancy, but I bet you're right. I think this entire book has taken place across about 4 or 5 days at the most. But you were probably completely right. That's what people tell me. Lane crossed his arms over his chest. I'll take a lie detector test. I'll swear on a Bible. Hell, they should check under her fingernails. They won't find any part of me on her or in her. I didn't touch her, Sam. She says she has a witness. Oh, who do we think this is? Ha, in her dreams. Hell, she must have done it to herself. Is it a maid? It's a maid. Someone named Tiffany? Lane recoiled. Maid. Tiff. Wait, you mean with a Phanii? Okay, if somebody really spelled their name like that, your parents hated you. He pictured the one with the towels who'd introduced herself to him with that look in her eye. Oh, did the soon to be ex-wife have like a did she like hire a maid to be her like witness for everything just in case or something? Or is it like she promised her like 50 grand or something for lying for her? It's going to be something like that. Samuel T shrugged. I don't know how she spells it. I'm getting this on the QT from Mitch. Oh, so he has the police like breaking the law to tell him stuff he shouldn't be telling him. That always works well. But the woman says she overheard you and Chantal fighting, and you were threatening to, and I quote, beat the shit out of her. I never said that. I was going to say, I don't think he actually said that. They were kind of fighting, but he were standing in the second floor hallway, and the maid walked in on the conversation. She's lying. Lane stopped and shook his head, the memory coming back. Wait, no. Not about. No. I said that because Chantal disrespected Miss Aurora. I was pissed off at her. I didn't mean it literally. Okay, so he did say it. I couldn't remember. Samuel T looked down at the cuts on his arms. I'm going to be honest here. You seem to have a lot of convenient answers. He also has an alibi. Like, it's the truth. I'm not making this up. Listen, I don't want to fight with you. Samuel T, he said in a level voice, have you ever known me to get violent, especially towards a woman? Samuel T stared at him for a long time. Then the guy put his palms out. No, I haven't known you to be like that. And I want to believe you. I really do. But even if everything you're telling me is the God's honest, we have two problems here. A legal one and a PR one. The legal stuff will take care of itself, assuming Lizzie will vouch for you. And there's no forensic proof on Chantel's body or yours. The PR problem, that's going to be much harder to handle. This is big news, Lane. Really? Would this really be big news? Especially if you're right and your father is having a kid with your wife. Hell, this is nationwide news. Really? They're not like A-list Hollywood stars having a public divorce. Like, he's not even the head of the company. Would a guy whose family owns a bourbon company getting into a messy divorce, would that really make national news? I mean, I know the news like latches on to stupid shit all the time, but this seems beneath that. And you've got to know the press never lets the truth get in the way of a good story. That's true. And even though it shouldn't, this kind of scandal will have an effect on things like stock prices and the perceived value of the products of your family's company. The perceived value of the products your family's company sells. I'm not saying this is right, but it's reality. You are the Bradford Bourbon Company. Your family is the Bradford Bourbon Company. I might have been able to erase your sister's trip through the system, but this one, I can't unring this bell. It's already on the local news. Gee, I bet I know who called them. Lane paced around the man's front hall. Then he looked over at his buddy. Speaking of my family, do you have any bourbon in this house? Always. And I only serve the best, so it's Bradford. Lane thought of Mac and the fact that the stills had been shut down, and then of his father, and everything the man had done. We'll see for how much longer, Lane muttered. End of chapter. And that's where we're going to call it a night. We got up to chapter 43. There are a total of, I think, 50. Yep. They're getting shorter. I've always noticed that's a thing with books. The chapters get shorter at the end because you're like rushing to get everything in that you need to get in and leave stuff open for the next one and jumping around characters. Okay, so I didn't see this coming. Like, we knew the X was not going to go quietly. We knew that. But I didn't see the beating yourself up and claiming he did it thing, because that's just so, I don't know what it is. Cliche, predictable, pathetic, easily disproven. But I'm sure it will prove to be a great obstacle throughout. It's definitely not getting resolved in the like 50 pages we have left of this book. So that's going to be a thing that will probably carry on at some point, unless he makes a deal with her or something like, you know, I'll give you $10 million if you drop everything and go away. I mean, honestly, that's how I would have approached her. Because if she's all about the money and the status, give her money, she will go away. That is how you handle that. And you're going to wind up settling with her in a divorce anyway. Like, yeah. There was a much better way to handle things than what he did. But we will see how that plays out. We might not hear any more about it. I don't know. I'm not sure where this is going to stop or end, but we'll see. And I will figure out which book comes next. I will get the burn video done for next week. The heat is part of why I haven't done that, because lighting my bathroom on fire is very hot. Especially when I have to be in there filming it for like 3 to 4 minutes, breathing smoke. Well, there's already wildfire smoke outside and my windows are all dirty. I'm really hoping the building cleans the windows once the smoke is like completely gone, because they're dirty. And I can't clean the outside of them myself because they don't open like that. So hopefully that will happen. We did get an email saying the pool is going to be open in the next few weeks. It's a month late because of something about, they're doing something in the underground that's preventing the pool from opening. I don't know the details, but they said it'll be open soon. So looking forward to that. Wish I could take Bo, but he'd jump in and he's not allowed. There's a sign saying no dogs, unfortunately. Not that, well, he knows how to swim because he's a dog, but he's only been in a pool once and he didn't particularly like it. He was not impressed that I took him in the pool. Though he did enjoy rolling around on the grass to dry himself off. That he had a lot of fun with. Oi! But since it is midnight, we are going to call it an evening. Thank you everyone for being here, and thank you for all your help in talking about Star Trek, because that's always awesome. We can always talk about Star Trek as much as possible, because I can go on about that forever. As long as it's the good Star Trek and not the modern stuff that I refuse to call Star Trek, because it's not. But we learned there was a magazine called Garden and Guns. I want to look up what the cover of that looks like now. But I have a podcast to watch, so that will make this worth it. But I will see everyone next week. Hopefully it will be at least 10 degrees cooler. I know it's probably a month before that happens, but hopefully things will cool down. Or I will give in and buy ice cube trays. I might finally need to do that. I don't know. It kind of feels like a grown-up thing to do. Like you should have them anyway. I don't know. Maybe I'll get ones that are shaped like Pokemon or something cool. That would be cool. But then they're always teeny tiny and you need like 50 ice cubes to fill a glass. So I don't know. But we'll see what we find. Bo is under his puppy bed upside down. So he says goodnight and he says thank you for all the attention and all the love. And he's upset he didn't get a duck, but he keeps the hope alive. He lives in hope of my dropping the duck and not noticing so he can steal it. But that's because he's a puppy. But stay cool wherever you are. Don't eat iceberg lettuce or go to Taco Bell for now. I heard they pulled everything. I'm waiting to see what they're going to invent something to like get customers back. It'll be like our new ranch Doritos burrito cheesy hot sauce taco, or they'll have something. It'll be disgusting. We'll see what they come up with. But next week we will finish this book. We'll finish book 1 of the Bourbon Kings and see how it goes. And somebody is messaging me that was told not to. Great. Now I have to deal with that. Okay. Now I have to deal with the thing. So I'll see everybody next week. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for the love and support and Googling of cars and other things and very good pictures of large pieces of pork that I want to eat so very badly. I hope we'll see everyone next week, and hopefully it will be cool enough that my makeup's not melting off my face quite so much. And all the ducks send their love. And until then, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Tea and Rose's Book Club. Take care, everyone. Stay cool out there. And above all, love on yourself and love a fur baby. Bye-bye.